We are the first generation to feel the sting of climate change. And we are the last generation that can do something about it. And if you really think that the environment is less important than the economy, try holding your breath while you count your money.
It is with great satisfaction that I can welcome you to this edition of Marintekniske dager, or the Marine Technology Days, the first since 2013 and the first significant event we host after the corona, and also the last major event before we move out of this center because it is going to be demolished to give space to the construction of the Ocean Space Center. I'm Professor Sverre Steen. I'm head of Department of Marine Technology, and I'm going to introduce to you this issue of the Marine Technology Days. The film that you just saw, Climate Change, Voice of the Glaciers, is made by Sindre Kolbjørnsgard, a student of marine technology, but also a renowned filmmaker. He is going to speak just after me, together with his fellow student, Jon Arnt Kårstad. But first, the Marine Technology Days is held to strengthen the ties between the department and our friends in industry in Norway and elsewhere. And it is also a rare occasion for the department employees to get together and to discuss marine technology-related topics. It is also used to be an excuse for visiting UKA, the big student festival in Trondheim, to watch the show and have dinner together. There will be no UKA this time, but we have a nice replacement in terms of the show made by MIT. And the student theatrical organization at the department, which will show tomorrow afternoon. And we will certainly have dinner together tonight. And maybe we will eventually get back to having the Marine Technology Days in connection with UKA. The first opportunity will then be autumn next year. So stay tuned. And this week we're also celebrating the 105 years anniversary of the student organization Mannhullet, which shows up in the hallways outside. About half a year ago, when we decided we would reintroduce the Marine Technology Days, there wasn't much doubt that the topic had to be related to the green shift in what seems to impact all parts of the marine technology world. The targets set by the International Maritime Organization to reduce carbon intensity by 40% by 2030 and reduce total greenhouse gas emissions from international shipping by 50% by 2040 have made the maritime industry to frantically start searching for solutions. And it has certainly set the agenda for technological development for that industry for the years to come. I look forward to hear what Bo Cerup-Simonsen of the Mærsk McKinney-Møller Center for Zero Emission Shipping has to say about this in his keynote that opens the first session. We have, of course, devoted the first session today to green shipping. The session will be chaired by Professor Mehdi Zadeh. Mehdi specializes in hybrid machinery systems for the maritime sector, an important building block in the struggle towards greening of shipping. The message from the International Energy Agency last summer that there is no need or room for searching for new oil fields was a wake-up call for many. It really showed that the end of the offshore oil and gas era is near, if not very close, at least on the horizon. The challenge is, of course, to come up with alternatives. In the marine and maritime domain, then offshore wind is the clear number one, and floating solar is another. Which is currently used on lakes and dams in temperate areas, but the research is ongoing here and elsewhere to see if durable structures for floating solar in exposed areas is feasible. The Department of Marine Technology is active in research on both offshore wind and floating solar, and we will be hearing more about that later today when Professor Shengao is chairing the session on offshore renewable energy. Sen is a leading expert in offshore wind, heading our research group on the topic. Autonomy is on the rise and is clearly an enabling technology of importance also in the marine and maritime domain. Compared to self-driving cars, autonomous ships might be easy. However, there are still plenty of challenges, but there might also be opportunities for doing shipping in quite new ways. If ships are unmanned, they might also be opportunities for doing shipping in doing it slower or changing the size of the ship, since there will be no crew to support. And this might open new possibilities for low-energy shipping. For all kinds of underwater vehicles, it is unmanned that is the solution to save cost and reduce the risk for humans. We get to learn more about the latest developments in autonomous shipping and underwater robotics tomorrow under the expert guidance of Professor Asgeir Sørensen, an expert in marine cybernetics and leader of the Center of Excellence, NTNU Amos. 70% of the surface of the planet is covered by sea, but only 2% of the food for human consumption is coming from the oceans. In a world with looming food shortage, we should probably look to the oceans for more. With the most wild fish stocks being sadly overfished, an increase of seafood must mainly come from aquaculture rather than fisheries. Recent news tells us that 15% of the fish in the aquaculture industry dies before it reaches our platters, about 51 million tons a year. How we can reduce this amount is a task for marine technology. In the last session tomorrow, Professor Bjørn Egil Asbjørnslett will chair a session on future aquaculture, which I expect will enlighten us in this area. Bjørn Egil is an expert in aquaculture in our department. The ongoing war in Ukraine has changed a lot of things, also affecting the domain of marine technology. We can only guess what it might mean in the long term, and so far we are many that have been proven wrong when we have tried to guess the development. Skyrocketing energy prices means that the oil and gas sector has suddenly become more profitable than ever, at the same time as the extreme cost of energy means that energy efficiency measures that previously was way too expensive suddenly make sense. Also, renewable energy has become even more important, particularly in Europe, where one struggles to reduce the dependence on Russian natural gas. The Department of Marine Technology is here because of the students. The students represent our future, not just the future of the department, but also the future of marine technology. Therefore, I am very happy to introduce our first speakers, Sindre Kolbjørnsgard and Jon Arnt Kårstad, both master students at IMT. Thank you.
Okay, so can you hear me? Yeah. So why do we need a green shift in the blue economy? My name is Sindre Kolbjørnsgard, and I'm a master student here at Marine Technology. And today I want to talk to you about why I think we need a green shift in the blue economy and how I realized that climate change was actually a problem for me at kind of a more individual level. And just to start off with a short introduction about myself, I'm a full-time explorer. I've been leading over 14 bigger expeditions all over the world to some of the highest mountains. I've been sailing from Canada via Greenland back to Norway, and I'm also the fastest one to climb all the 2,000 meters peaks in Norway. And I'm also a photographer and an award-winning filmmaker. And what I've seen on my expedition all around the world is how climate change are affecting the highest mountains in the world, how climate change are affecting the Inuits on Greenland, and how climate change are affecting the glaciers on Svalbard. And I think one of the most challenging part with climate change and discussing it is that we are normally really focusing hard on the numbers, and people have kind of a hard time relating to numbers. And back in 2019, a friend of me called me and asked me if I want to join him on a scientific expedition to Svalbard. The goal for this expedition was quite simple and super ambitious and complex at the same time. They wanted to capture climate change in a so visual way that everyone could understand it and take the focus away from numbers and just visualize it in a really visual way. And I was asked to join this expedition as the photographer and the filmmaker, taking all the photos and also making a documentary in the end. So we started off 6 months prior to going to Svalbard, gathering a lot of images. So we gathered around 15,000 different images from all over Svalbard that was around 100 years old. And for 6 months, we were trying to find out where the pictures were taken. And the goal there was to exactly find the right position where the pictures were taken. And then we should go, or we plan to go up to Svalbard and retake these photos. So this was one of the photos that we had, and after 6 months of working, we had boiled everything down to around 50 photos that we thought was possible to get out to. And as probably some of you know, Svalbard is not the easiest place just to get around. The main road on Svalbard is like 30 kilometers or something. So we plan to use Hurtigruten and a small dinghy, and also hike out to these super remote places and just carrying everything we had with us. So after 6 months of planning, I finally arrived at Svalbard. This was the first day, or the first hike we did up there. And a typical day on Svalbard was hiking between 12 and 14 hours, around 20 to 40 kilometers and 2,000 vertical meters, because the pictures were taken in really remote places. And I remember walking around there the first day and thinking that climate change was kind of a bigger problem, and I had really a difficult time relating to how climate change was affecting me on like a personal level. So I was walking around there for around 2 to 3 weeks before the big turning point came. And this was almost at the end of the expedition. We were then close to Barentsburg, and we had one goal to take 3 more pictures, and this was kind of the most remote pictures that we had. So we were planning to walk over 50 kilometers in a day and over 3,000 vertical meters. So to be able to do this, I teamed up with one other guy in the group, and I was taking these pictures. This picture here was taken after 14 hours of hiking, and I remember sitting there looking at this glacier and also looking at the old picture. And when I was sitting there, I started to realize that now I could sit here and see the enormous difference in how the glacier had melted. And the picture I was taking, or retake from this one, was this one. And as you can see, the changes is enormous, and it's kind of sad to see it. And that was kind of the point where I realized that climate change is actually something that's also affecting me, and I kind of seen it with my own eyes now. And we also took some more pictures. So we took this one that's under 100 years ago, and today the terrain looked like this. So the changes up on Svalbard is just enormous, and I have one more picture I want to show you. And probably someone here have been to Svalbard, and this is taken close to Longyearbyen. It's a place called Trygghamna. And this picture is exactly taken 100 years ago. And all the picture here is also taken at the same time in the year in August. So this is how it looks now. So this is how climate change are looking at Svalbard just at the moment. And I hope these pictures could be kind of a motivating factor for people to maybe listen a little bit extra carefully to the next speakers, because we definitely need to do something here. And that was everything I had.
Thank you, Sindre. It's very fascinating images, and now I thought I'd try to go a bit more into thoughts of a student in marine technology today. So having started my career in marine engineering no more than 5 years ago, a theme such as the green shift in marine technology is by no means new or unfamiliar. So when looking at the list of eminent speakers that later are to present on the topics of green shipping, energy, autonomy and aquaculture, it became apparent that although my contribution to these topics might be a bit limited, I do have an ace up my sleeve. And that is the point of view only accessible to a student. So to help you kind of get into this mood, I thought I'd try to bring you back to when you were students. Perhaps attending a lecture in an auditorium just like this, or maybe even this exact one. Because if you were a student here at NTNU and you're now in your 40s, then you might recollect the look of Marintekniske Center back then, which is undoubtedly similar to today. Or maybe you're in your 60s now, recalling a time when Marintekniske Center was just built and surrounded by fields. Or maybe it wasn't even built yet, with skipsmodelltanken being the only recognizable feature. Going back to this completely different era of your lives, I would like for you to consider all the stuff, all the knowledge you had not yet learned then, and all the experiences you were yet to gain. Most likely, we have all once been sitting at our desks, pondering over the same equations, or trying to interpret the same drawings. And it was through these activities that we found a subject more appealing to us than the rest, whether it was hydrodynamics, shipping, machinery, or risk assessment, to mention a few. So holding on to this point of view now, try visualizing it, and then ask yourself, what do we think about the green shift in marine technology? Well, most of all, it's an enormous opportunity. It's an opportunity to strengthen and build on an industry and a field that we're already in the forefront of. We have plenty of times been told how the Norwegian maritime industry shifted, accelerated and thrived with the introduction of oil and gas. So why shall we not draw any parallels to the same shift we're standing in the middle of now? What could possibly be more motivating for a student than knowing you're educating yourself into an industry and a field that's constantly leaning forward, that realizes what it has and aims to and wants to use it for what it's worth? However, and admittedly, these are the easy points, the ones we all can kind of stand behind without putting in any effort at all. What's more difficult is if I ask how will we do with floating offshore wind, or what role should oil and gas play during and after this green shift? Many will claim that us students, being representatives of the future generation, should have clear opinions on these matters, and that we should enter the academia and industry fighting for what we believe the future should hold. But this is where I somewhat disagree. Of course, some of us will have specific opinions on solutions we believe in, and there is nothing wrong with that. But I do not think it should be our responsibility. I think the main resource you have as a freshly graduated student is your unbiased curiosity to learn and face new challenges, not your ability to argue for or against major decisions and changes within an organization you've just arrived in. So this is why I would like to urge you all to take the first step, which to some extent you all are already doing. But please dare to bet even more on the future you and your colleagues believe in. and create an environment where it's allowed but not expected for students or graduates to come and take responsibility for the green shift. Do not wait for fresh minds to come and initiate these changes, but make a significant head start yourself. And then we will happily join you along the way, contributing more and more as we go. And if you're ever in doubt, just try to think back to when you were a student. And think about what did you then consider your drawbacks and your advantages. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for the introduction, Sverre, and thank you all first presenters. So we are opening the session 1, which is about green shipping. And I am just coordinating this session, by the way. We have 4 great speakers. But for the introduction, maybe I should start from myself. So my name is Mehdi Zadeh, and I am associate professor with the department. I am teaching hybrid power systems and electric propulsion. So students from third year upward know me. And we have also a research lab called Marine Electrification, which is dedicated to electrified and green propulsion solutions, as appears from the name. We have 4 speakers in this first session from 4 companies and institutes with a long history in the marine industry, but actually also up-to-date visions. So we'll hear from them around technologies, tools, and policies for green shipping, and it's all about sustainability, the golden word. So I would like to just introduce our first speaker, Mr. Cerup-Simonsen, who is actually the CEO of Mærsk McKinney Moller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping prior to joining the center. So, okay. Anyway, sorry. Bo is CEO for the Center of Zero Carbon Shipping. So prior to joining the center, he had a number of prominent positions within shipping technology and innovations, including VP head of New Building Strategy and Portfolio at Royal Caribbean Cruise, Director of Danish Hydrocarbon Research and Technology Center at Technical University of Denmark, DTU, VP head of Mærsk Maritime Technology, where he, among the other world's most energy efficient, he, among the other things, was responsible for the large number of engineering and new building projects, most energy efficient container ship series, and Mr. Dr. Cerup-Simonsen holds actually a PhD in mechanical engineering from DTU and MBA from Copenhagen Business School. So Bo lives with his wife Ingrid and their 3 children in Hummelborg, Denmark. Welcome, Bo, and the floor is yours, please.
Hello? All right, good. Maybe I should start by saying that I'm from Denmark. And I used to live right next to the Sky Mountain. So it struck me when I saw these nice pictures by Sindre that I used to live next to Himmelbjerget, actually, when I grew up. And it's 147 meters high. But when I was here in 1992, and I'm coming back to that, I met a Norwegian, and he said actually he had been to that place, and he thought there was a very nice view from the top of the mountain, especially if he stood on a chair. So that was my first meeting with Norway. But my story is that in 1992, I was actually here at this institution. I was 23 years old at that time, so you do the math. 23 years old at the time, and I came here because this was the leading university when it came to maritime technology. It was also exactly 30 years ago, and therefore it's an interesting figure. Because if we look ahead 30 years from now, we need to have decarbonized shipping industry to be part of the global solution. And 30 years for me has gone by like that. I have had an amazing time in academia. I've had an amazing time in industry, but time has gone by like that. During these 30 years, we have known that we had an issue with the climate and the greenhouse gases. And year by year by year, we have seen the emissions going up. And the only thing at the end of the day that the climate will feel is the emissions and the emission levels. We can do whatever we like down here. It doesn't really matter until the emissions actually go down. So 2.5 years ago, and I must have been about 50 at that time, I was living in Miami, working with Royal Caribbean, designing and building the world's largest ships. And I had a telephone call from Copenhagen because Mærsk, the world's largest shipping company, had decided to try and actually do something about it. And by action, they meant investing in it and actually putting steel and ships in the water. And they said, we are going to do this. We have made a net zero target in 2050 because it's the only right thing to do. To be honest, we don't know exactly what to do. But what we know is that we can't do it alone. There's no way, even we, being the largest, are going to do this alone. So we need to establish an understanding in the whole ecosystem, in the whole industry, about how this is going to play out. We're willing to give a lot of money for the greater good, but we need somebody to orchestrate and help lead that, and they asked me whether I wanted to lead that. So this, for me, after worked now for 30 years in the industry and just seeing the emissions going up, became a very personal thing, like we just heard in the 2 first presentations. It was like something that I felt maybe it's just something you have to do to try and see if you can actually get going on this and make a small contribution. So I think the starting point for me being here today and for this is that we have all, and few of you are as old as me, but we have all come to understand that we need to do something about the climate. We have also all heard a lot of very interesting anecdotes and a lot of very exciting stories about new technologies and new policies and pledges for getting going by politicians and business leaders. But I illustrate that with a small molecule over there because it's not really moving the needle. We are seeing still emissions going up. So I think a main and a key message is really that we really need to get going with real action that really reduces the emissions. So that's the starting point. And the Mærsk Mc-Kinney Møller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping is just a small, I would say, contribution to that, even if it's a large donation and a large activity. It's a huge ecosystem, and it's a huge system we have to change. So we are extremely humble about this change and about how the small droplet in this ocean can actually help to contribute to this journey. But our mission and vision is, like you see here, it's really about decarbonizing shipping in the next 30 years. We are set up as a not-for-profit, as an independent foundation, and we're basically saying that we don't want to have any vested interest. Nobody owns the Mærsk Mc-Kinney Møller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping. A lot of people are confused and think we are part of Mærsk, but we are really not. We are a completely independent entity, like a university or like an art exhibition or whatever you like. We can make money, but that money goes back to support our objective. So this is the starting point. Our activity is a part, and our problem is a part of a much larger problem. Because when we look at decarbonization of shipping, we have to realize that shipping is emitting 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions. It's employing just a few percent of the people of this world. But it's acting across almost all countries of this world, and it's influencing a lot of societies and a lot of people's life. So when we start now to develop a solution for a very small component in this global system, we just have to understand that it's a part of a bigger system, and we have to make it in a way that is really, truly good for that larger system. And this means, of course, that, for example, when we look at these Sustainable Development Goals from the UN, you will see that this particular task, of course, is about climate, and of course is about energy, and of course is about the ocean. But actually it's also about other things, like social aspects, like creating workplaces and giving developing countries an opportunity to flourish. And our problem is a part of a much larger problem. Because when we look at decarbonization of shipping, we have to realize that shipping is emitting 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions. It's employing just a few percent of the people of this world. But it's acting across almost all countries of this world, and it's influencing a lot of societies and a lot of people's life. So when we start now to develop a solution for a very small component in this global system, we just have to understand that it's a part of a bigger system, and we have to make it in a way that is really, truly good for that larger system. And this means, of course, that, for example, when we look at these Sustainable Development Goals from the UN, you will see that this particular task, of course, is about climate, and of course is about energy, and of course is about the ocean. But actually it's also about other things, like social aspects, like creating workplaces and giving developing countries an opportunity to flourish and to grow in this transition. So it's a really fascinating task, and it really calls for engagement of disciplines across all the classical schools of academia and of society. We have developed a strategy where we are, like I said, extremely humble about being able to contribute to this, but we'd basically like to do three things with our work. The first is to help explain how this transition is even possible. How is it possible to replace today's consumption of 300 million tons of fuel used on 70,000 ships across the entire globe? How is that possible to do in only 30 years? We hope and we believe, and we are creating this with the ecosystem, so it's not something we're sitting in the basement and cranking out. It's something we do together with everybody who wants to contribute. But we're hoping this will give a good common understanding of what is it that it takes for all the individual players to actually move the needle. All of you guys could potentially play a big role in creating this narrative through your various institutions. But this is a very important one, and it gives us an understanding of where are the real bottlenecks in these systems and where are the real barriers that we have to crack. We know already now that three of those key elements that need to be addressed are the ones then that we're driving in the middle here. And that is about energy efficiency. So this is where the classical disciplines of optimizing ships and energy systems is going to be even more important than ever. It is also where new ways of setting up the business is going to be important. You will see that shipping will not just continue as it is today with a new type of fuel being put in the port. It will be new business systems, because there's a lot of opportunity to really optimize on this whole system of transporting goods around the world. You'll see new contract types, you'll see new business types, you'll see digital playing a much larger role. So there's a lot of opportunity within energy efficiency. But energy efficiency will not take us all the way. So we have to work also on new fuel types, new energy pathways. And this is where we've set up 2 programs. And one is like a classical R&D program, and I'll get back to it, that looks at how do we create scalable energy pathways in the future. We're talking huge scale here. We need in the order of 1,000 gigawatt of renewable energy to do this. So it's not done with small things here and there. So this is one. And then we have realized during the course here now, the first 2 years, that there are a lot of companies, countries, organizations that actually want to invest their time and money in getting going. And therefore we've set up a program that we call Enabling and Supporting First Movers, which is really about bringing all those players together. Customers that want to pay a green premium for transportation, ship-owning companies that want to start actually offering this service, and energy companies that want to start producing the fuels to these ships. We've started to work with those to really establish these green corridors. So the middle one is very much like a technical R&D, and the one in the end is more like a business program where we actually are getting going now to set up the business. And then finally, it's important to say that there'll be a large influence, and we are dependent on getting good standards and good regulation, good policy measures in place. So we will also be working on this part here. I think a lot of us tend to think about standards as something which is maybe a little bit boring and not so important, and you don't get a lot of scientific credits for developing standards. But I can assure you that good standards here is going to be the key to make this truly scalable and truly sustainable. Otherwise, if we don't get good standards, I'm sure we will be fooling ourselves and we will be jumping to solutions that are not necessarily good for us. We have, over this first 1.5 years, managed to attract a lot of very strong partners to the center, just based on this vision, because there are a lot of very strong organizations in this world that have realized that it's time to act, and they are willing to really invest heavily in this space. So you can see we have, it says 17, we have now 23 partners there. They are all contributing a lot of resources to the center, and a lot more companies have actually lined up to become part of this. You can see that these companies are basically across the ecosystem, across the value chain. So it's energy companies, it's utilities, it's ports, it's ship-owning companies. We'll even have customers to shipping in here as well. So we basically have everybody on board here to really figure out how we're going to do it at scale very soon. So I think with that, let me just put a few words about the scale of the problem we're looking at. So this is showing the emissions from shipping. You see that we've pretty much managed to stagnate the emissions from shipping over the last 10 years, even if the volume of shipping has gone up. So by 2020, we are at about 1 gigaton, and if you count the CO2 emissions from the entire supply chain, it's about 1.3 gigaton. And looking then ahead, we can expect this to grow. Shipping provides a global infrastructure to the world, and it's not going to go away, and probably it shouldn't. So it's going to be there, and we can expect it to grow if we don't do things radically different than we do today. The thick green line there shows what we can expect if we are really good at implementing energy efficiency and new technology, but we still believe that it will create a rise in emissions from shipping. So you can see this big picture really is in stark contrast to where we should be going. Because if you look at the Paris Agreement as a proxy for that, it shows that we need to reduce at a much faster pace. So if you just take 2030 as a milestone, you can see here that by 2030, we can expect that shipping has actually grown its emissions. But if we should just reduce, let's say, by 10% or displace 10% of the fossil fuel in 2030, that would be in the order of 30 million tons of fossil fuel. And 30 million tons of fossil fuel would probably require in the order of 100 gigawatt of installed renewable energy. It would require us to produce in the order of 60 to 80 million tons of methanol or ammonia or whatever. If you start then to look into the actual scale of what is in the plans today, you can see that we are not there. The scale and the timeline here is huge. So we have to think big and we have to think fast. And this, of course, I think to all of you is really the big challenge here, to think scale and to think timeline. So just looking at this 10-year ahead of us, so we don't need to look at 30 years ahead. I think we need to look at the 10 years ahead of us because it creates a sense of urgency and it becomes very concrete. What is it we have to do? Then by 2030, we need to be at a place where this really scales. We understand what are the scalable solutions. We have gained confidence by running ships on different types of fuels. And when we build new ships by 2030, when we build port, when we build infrastructure at land, it's because we know that we have to scale over the next 20 years. To get there by 2030, we need already by 2025 to be in a place where we are demonstrating that these solutions are working. So that's what it is. It's really just around the corner. It's not something far away. We're not waiting for fusion energy, to materialize. It's something we have to do now. So it's really, talking about students and academia, I think there's something extremely exciting just in front of us. Because the people leaving universities now, they are the ones that have to go out and work on this, on business strategies, on technology strategies, and on and so on. A little more into the technical details of this. If you look at the emissions from shipping, you can see that 80+% comes from tanker, bulk, and container. We're doing a lot of great stuff on short sea shipping and domestic shipping, and this is really important to get going. But it's also important to understand that to really move the needle, we need to get to these deep sea segments with the big ships. That's where the big fruit is. So, but that's not to say that all we're doing on smaller ships and near shore is not important, because it really is. But those solutions just need to be taken to grand scale. There's a lot going on in the space across at the moment. And what I said earlier about multidisciplinary is 100% true when you start to look at the systems that have to be mobilized. We need to get policy and regulation in place, and here we are working a lot on carbon pricing, and I know that Norway is very active in this field as well. There's a lot of opportunities on the technologies on the ships. A lot of new things need to be developed, and there's a lot of opportunity in this space. Energy and fuels need a lot of development. We know there are some main fuel and energy pathways that can do it, but there's still a lot of work to be done in order to really make this truly scalable, effective, cost competitive, etc. And then number 4 is an interesting one too. And those of you who are working in the digital space will find this one extremely interesting. There's an increasing demand from customers to shipping to actually start decarbonizing the transportation. And we believe that carbon pricing will come a little further down the line, but here in the beginning there will actually be customers, like the ones IKEA and Audi and Volkswagen, and there are a lot of of companies that want to offer green products, and they are dependent on green supply chains, and shipping is typically a big part of their supply chain when it comes to emissions. So there is going now, over the next 5 years, going to be a growing amount of customers that are actually willing to finance this transition. And then finally, as number 5, finance is coming in very strongly. There's so much capital available in this world right now to finance new inventions, startups, etc., that will provide not only new solutions to this, but also scale the existing solutions. So you can see there's actually a lot of opportunity, regardless where you are, what you are studying, what you're working with, there's a lot of opportunity to engage in this transition. When we look at the main energy pathways that we believe are pretty much available now and that will be available over the next 10 years, you can see they are listed here. It's methane, it's methanol, it's ammonia, and it's bio-oils. And we are, of course, working with each of these pathways to really understand how do we enable those. And they each have their potential, and they each have their barriers, and they each have their gaps. We've illustrated it with a map like this. And what we'd really like to do with this map is to open it up so that universities and organizations can come in and collaborate with us on understanding these gaps and barriers and actually focus research where we can really see that it will remove barriers. So if any of you are interested in working with us on this, we are very eager to actually share this, to share data, to share our understanding of what are the real gaps and barriers in this system. We're working in a very structured way with these energy pathways, and we believe that all these energy pathways has a lot of potential for the future. So we don't believe we will see one winning fuel. We actually believe there will be multiple pathways in the future. We're modeling this on a system level so we can see what is actually important in these systems and where is this going. And again, I'd be more than willing to share with any of you if you're interested in going into detail with this. There's a number of pathways here. You can see some are coming from the bio side at the bottom here. Some are coming from natural gas, and I'm sure Norway has a great interest in helping to mature this one. And some are coming from green electricity. And basically, some of these have limitations. Probably the bio side is limited by biomass availability and competition by other sectors. Gas is available in very large amounts, but it needs to be managed very carefully in various ways to make sure that it really works and is scalable. And green electricity is, in theory, an abundant resource, but in reality, it's not. There's not enough of it today. So we need to scale up the green electricity, and we need to do it in a way where shipping doesn't take the green electricity from decarbonization activities onshore that would actually be better for the climate. So you can see also here, when we start to go into detail with this, there are surely some technology cracks or nuts that have to be cracked, but it's also about understanding how does this fit in to the bigger energy picture. Yeah, I think very briefly then, when we're looking at cost, the thing with cost, and cost is of course a very important driver, but it's important to remember that it's not the only one. But when you are looking at cost, the picture looks pretty much like this. Fossil fuel is a very tough competitor. It's at the bottom here, probably will be for many years. Bio is quite competitive, but there's not a lot of it. Blue fuels could be competitive, actually. And e-fuels could also become competitive. But there's still quite a ways to go before the cost actually comes down to a level. But anyway, that's really the picture. And you can see there's some really interesting development work here. Then getting to the end, again, looking at the big picture now for shipping. I said in the beginning that we are about the 1.3 gigaton of CO2 today. Can we get down to zero in 2050? We believe we can. But it's not a no-brainer, and it's not going to happen by itself, that's for sure. It will require a lot of technology development. It will require a lot of investment in energy infrastructure and ships. And in order to get all that going, we believe that customers will drive a lot of that in the beginning. If we offer zero carbon shipping, there will actually be quite a lot of customers that are willing to pay for it. It could be a steel mill producing green steel for cars. It could be IKEA wanting to sell green furniture. It could be a lot of different products where there's actually a customer who would be willing to pay for it. But to really get down to zero, we will need strong policy and regulation, and probably in the form of carbon pricing. So we will need actually to succeed to get carbon pricing going. And with the current estimates and analysis we have done, we are saying that carbon pricing, if it's only like a punishment mechanism, would need to be above $200 per ton of CO2. So all of you working with carbon pricing, that puts it a little bit into perspective. We're talking about relatively high carbon pricing. The thing is just that if you collect $200 per ton of CO2 in the shipping industry, you'll be collecting a lot of money, much more than it actually costs to decarbonize shipping. So of course, if you take that money and distribute it for welfare, that's one model. Another one is to take that money and drive it back to the shipping industry to help the first movers actually buy their green fuels, to help the research institutions actually develop and improve these solutions, and even help developing countries to become part of this transition. So if we're really smart about designing such a carbon pricing mechanism, it can actually be a very, very effective Kickstarter for our journey. So that actually brings me to the end. I don't want to talk about these different scenarios because I don't have time. Otherwise, I'd love to. So getting to the end of my talk here, our conclusion is that it is possible to decarbonize shipping over the next 30 years. It is the right thing to do. The global society can afford it. So we have to do it. And there are a lot of players all across this value chain that really want to get going to do it. So our point is that it's time to do it. And to the previous slide by Jon Arnt, who is going to take the responsibility to do it? I actually think you will find the answer by looking in the mirror. So I think that we all need to take responsibility to do something about it with whatever we can influence in our little sphere of influence. So again, thank you very much for inviting me. It was really nice to be here. That's a really, really good question, which I don't have the answer to be honest. I don't, because the real pain here is that, and it's this one here. Yeah, okay, we can take this one. The real difficulty is the overshoot here over the next 20 years. The cumulative CO2 in that period is huge. And it's very difficult to bring it down here in the beginning by a carbon tax, because the solutions are not matured, and the energy costs on the green fuels are still high. But it's actually the task we're working on at this very moment is exactly that. It's about figuring out how do we get the emissions down, not in 2050, but actually between 25 and 40. What are the levers we can pull? That is about energy efficiency for sure. It is about dropping in green fuels, of course. But those green fuels are going to be probably so expensive, so we can't find the customers to pay for all of it. So yeah, to be honest, I don't think we have the answer. I think there are companies, you will see increasingly companies that actually put 1.5 targets out for shipping companies. So it will be possible for some shipping companies to do it, which is great. But it'll be hard for the entire industry to do it. Yeah.
Thank you. I think we have also a question in the chat.
Okay.
So, but it's a general question. So, how you can reach it in 10 years? Because he believes that the 3% from shipping is a lot. So, what's the plan for reaching it in 10 years?
In 10 years?
Yeah.
You mean reaching zero in 10 years, or reaching
zero carbon? Yeah.
Reaching zero carbon in 10 years now, you should never say that something is impossible, right? And I don't want to say that it's impossible, but I think the chances of doing that are slim. But it's an interesting experiment, because sometimes we have to force ourselves totally out of the box to just think really big. And I would say that if we are to do it in such a short time period, we have to think radically different. And it means that we need to think about carbon capture and storage in a new way. We need to think about bio in a new way. We need to think about blue fuels in a new way, and just get going. It would require probably that we took, I would assume, energy out of the system, that should be spent on actually decarbonizing other parts of society where it's more effective to do it.
Probably green electricity, sorry for interrupting.
Exactly, yeah. So I would be worried, that it would come at the cost of doing something, somewhere else that wouldn't be good, actually, when you look at the net effect. But yeah, nuclear is also in the mix, by the way, and I mean, we haven't let nuclear out of the picture at all, but that also takes time to scale up. So, yeah.
Thanks.
Sorry, can you give him the microphone?
Yeah, just to actually repeat the question more loudly. So the question is, I think, about the collaboration between the industry and the university, and your opinion and potentials for collaborating with the university.
Yes. I think our working hypothesis is that we need to basically show that it's possible by, you can call it incremental, but it still requires a lot of changes, but with known pathways. And if you look at what I talked about, what do we need to do in 2025? It's really about demonstrating new concepts. And that's, I think, a tremendous opportunity for collaboration between industry and academia. Develop new concepts, new ways of doing business, new ways of producing energy, new ways of producing energy carriers and fuels you can take on board. Then it's also, in the much longer run, about more fundamental research, where I'm sure over the next 30 years that there will be real fundamental breakthroughs from academia that will spill in to this transition. So I think it works on both timelines, and you can say on both timelines, especially on the first one, demonstrating and validating new concepts. That's an opportunity for both research and academia and industry. If you look at the more fundamental research that had very long time perspective, I think history shows that it can be difficult for industry to play actively into to those processes. But that will need to, that will obviously go at the same time. But it's basically that one that where the big collaboration is probably the most obvious. Floating wind, floating solar, I mean, you name it, there's a lot to be developed.
Hello, thank you for the great presentation. I'm just wondering of the low-hanging fruit of just different operational profile, slow steaming, and what your perspective on that is. I mean, you can say probably tens of percents just on that.
Yeah, thank you. So within this program that is called energy efficiency, one of them is really about effectiveness and the logistics systems. And surely by slowing down the ships, we can improve the transport efficiency for sure. There's no doubt about it. It has been done a lot up until now. It's actually probably the main reason why this curve is flat. That's a lot due to slow steaming. So I think in the future also we can expect, as the energy cost goes up, we can expect to see new patterns of trade. So for example, today in container shipping, you have seen a lot of bulk shifting to container ships that are running with 17 or 20 knots. Actually, a lot of those low-value goods could just as well go with 10 knots. It just requires that the transportation system is developed for that. So you could see, for example, container shipping breaking up in high value and low value, high speed and low speed and so on, because the potential is huge. It's just to remember that the value of the goods on board, that has a depreciation too. There's a cost of having that cargo on board, and the cost of that cargo is sometimes enormous, So there's a limit also to how slow you can go. There's also the fact that if you go slower, you need more ships. But that effect is actually not so strong. So you can slow down a lot before actually the carbon footprint of building the ship becomes larger than the saving of reducing the speed. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bo. That was a great perspective. So we can probably move to the next speaker. Thanks. Thank you, Bo. Yeah. So moving to the SeaMap, marinizing the roadmap, how to reach the target. Now we have Anders Walland from Sintef Ocean. He is actually research manager on maritime energy systems within Sintef Ocean and deputy director also for SFI, Smart Maritime. He has worked in Sintef Ocean since 2002 within several fields of research, ranging from maintenance, condition and performance monitoring on subsea production and offshore wind, to integrated operations in oil and gas. He is currently involved in research on the transition of global shipping to low-emission future. Anders holds a master in maritime machinery from NTNU. Please welcome Anders.
Thank you, Mehdi. Can you hear me when I speak? Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. As he says, my name is Anders Walland. I'm actually doing this presentation on behalf of a colleague of mine, Gunnar Malm Gamle. He's the one who made the presentation. I'm just giving it to you. And Gunnar, I think you're at home sitting and watching this. I hope I'll be able to present it without him losing faith in me forever. So I'll try to do that. By the way, while they're setting up my presentation, I have to say that this is not my presentation, by the way. That's the first thing I want to say. So the other thing is what Bo presented was actually my presentation. So we're pretty much in line, I have to say. But I'll give some other perspectives on the same things that you're saying, basically. I think you gave a very good, realistic view of where we are and the challenges ahead. And especially on the question of why can't we do this within 10 years, I totally agree. You should never say never. But this is one of the times when you can at least be very close to saying never. So what I'm here to present, while they're struggling with finding my presentation, I work in Sintef Ocean. I work in a SFI, it's a research center for, it's a center for research and innovation. It's called Smart Maritime, where I'm deputy director. And we are working quite closely as Sintef Ocean together also with NTNU, Sverre, who is here, and other parts of NTNU. And one of the things that we are doing there, or the main foundation of that center, is to make shipping more energy efficient and reduce the harmful emissions from shipping. And where everybody else is talking about roadmaps, we find it more pertinent to talk about SeaMaps for ships. That's why we've made a SeaMap. Is this one working? We'll try it and see. No, it wasn't. Which means I do this. So in Smart Maritime, we've made the SeaMap to green shipping. And this is basically summing up what we, as Sintef, and what NTNU has been doing in regards of research in order to give advice to ship owners. They're the ones who need to do this work, but also the regulators and stakeholders in the maritime to understand what it takes to do this transition that also Bo was talking about. This is also, you will see through my presentation, I'm touching on more or less the same things that Bo was talking about. And this is the same thing. If you look at the IMO target, or the IMO ambition, I have to say, from 2018, which, by the way, still stands. They said that by 2030, the carbon intensity in shipping should be lowered by 40% compared to 2008. That's way too little if you compare with the ambitions set forth by the IPCC, even for the 2-degree target, but especially for the 1.5-degree target. So if you want to hit the 1.5-degree target and be in line with that, by 2030, the carbon intensity has to be reduced by 60 to 70%. That's way more than the IMO is currently aiming at. Within Smart Maritime and our developing of the SeaMap, we are working in 4 steps, basically. The first step doesn't by itself imply any reductions in emissions. It's what we call orientation and reorientation. I'll go through these steps so you'll understand more what we're talking about. The second one, and the third one, and the fourth one are where you actually do the work on reducing emissions from shipping. It's about logistics. It's about how you operate your ships, how you utilize your ships, where you use them, and how you use them. Then it's the energy efficiency part, and I guess that for everyone who's a student here and has ever been a student here, you know a lot about energy efficiency. You've been working on that. That's As engineers, we're trained in energy efficiency. That's what we work with, making stuff better all the time. That's our mission in life as engineers. And then we have the fourth one, which is alternative fuels. And it seems to me that a lot of people tend to believe that alternative fuels could fix the whole thing. You could just go to hydrogen and you'd have 0 emissions. It's not as simple as that. So we're pointing towards a future where you actually need to consider all of these things. Right now, the shipping industry is also working with indexes to try and describe pathways of emissions reductions. And the carbon intensity index is probably one of the main indexes that are in play. The carbon intensity index in and of itself is a very coarse index. And we have a lot of complaints from different segments within shipping that it doesn't fit their operations. It will give skewed results of their operations compared to everybody else. So we are suggesting that you should actually make the carbon intensity index as a product of a subset of more direct indexes, looking at logistics, what you can do within this area, what you can do within efficiency, and what you can do in alternative fuels. And the reason for this is some of these ships, some of these ship owners, they might have very little potential in energy efficiency and logistics. They've already done that work. So they have to take everything in alternative fuels. while others can do a lot on logistics and a lot on energy efficiency before they have to touch the alternative fuels. So what do we mean by orientation and reorientation? It's about the focus in shipping and the way we are setting out to achieve the emission reductions. So for one part, in shipping, it's been a lot of focus on CO2 alone. CO2 emissions. That's just part of the picture, as everybody should know by now. So we think that the IMO and everybody within shipping should just shift the focus and say it's not about CO2, it's about anything that has to do with greenhouse gas emissions. For instance, ammonia is not a greenhouse gas emission-free fuel. It might emit laughing gas, N2O, which has a 300 times potential, greenhouse gas potential compared to CO2, 300 times. That's quite substantive. You don't need a lot of N2O to offset any carbon emissions you could have saved. So you have to go from CO2 to all greenhouse gas. You have to go from design indicators to operational indicators. That's the way you need to go. You have to look at the entire value chain. Same thing as Bo was pointing at. You have to actually incentivize the entire value chain. It cannot be the operator alone who has to go all this way. One of the things that the NTNU has been working a lot on is this understanding of the ship in real waves, real life, real weather, where a lot of the stuff that has been developed for ships has been in relatively, or in calm water, in relatively, what should we say, in an easier format. But we need to understand how the ship actually operates in actual real life, much more than we do today. Optimization needs to be done. I just mentioned this emissions. You cannot, the IMO is right now focusing on what's happening on board the ship and the emissions from the ship, but we also need to understand what happens when you produce the different fuels that you use on board. So the well-to-wake perspective, the life cycle perspective, rather than the simple tank-to-wake perspective. When it comes to energy use on board ships, it's very important to understand this operational profile, understand what are the focal points when you look at the ship. So if you just have the operational profile and you focus on the same things along the entire operational profile, you will miss. Some ships have a substantial operating time in port. They may be in port for 40 to 50% of their time. Then we need to understand what's important when you're in port. Which parts of the ship, what systems do we have to look at in order to make them more efficient? And that's very different from when the ship is at sea and speeding through water. So when you're speeding through water and you're out there and you're not operating a lot of your cargo systems, you're not operating your cranes, you're not, there's a lot of stuff you don't do that you would do in port. You have to look at other parts of the ship in order to understand this. In this figure, on your left, you will find the results of a study we did in 2017. This study looked at published results on energy efficiency within shipping. And I won't go, it's a very detailed picture. It's no point for you to try and look at all the details. The point here is that within all of the operations, all of the design, all of the systems on board a ship, there's a lot that can be done. And if you were looking at these figures and you were summing them, you would find that the studies together point at a savings potential of, I think it's around 150%, maybe 200%. That is, of course, not realistic. But the point is, you have a lot of potential ways of going about achieving energy efficiency and emissions reductions. And the red one which stands out in that figure to the right, that's about biofuels. It doesn't take you all the way, it takes you part of the way, but in this figure, it looks like it's a huge savings potential. And it might be. It might be. It might also go the wrong way. By the way, what was mentioned about biofuels and stock, we haven't really looked hard into how to use the maritime environment for stock for biofuels yet. And that's 70% of the planet. And my hypothesis is once we do that, we will actually have a lot of stock for biofuels. We're early in the game yet, so we don't really know all of the solutions. I think there's a lot to come still. But there are a lot of many ways to address these needs to reduce emissions. Many ways we can do this. Within Smart Maritime, we have made a tool or a set of tools where we can simulate vessels in real life. And this is a multi-dimensional tool, so we can start to look at different parts of the vessel. We can look at the main dimensions, the hull forms. We can set up several different, we can set the same vessel and we can give it several different hull lengths. We can give it different widths. We can give it different curves. We can also play with assisted propulsion systems. We can put in a lot of, we can put in wave foils, we can put in wind power as is pointed to here. And we can also play with different machinery setups, machinery configurations. And then we simulate the vessel through some routes. And we can simulate over and over again, and we expose it to the stochastic nature of weather. So we have weather data, and we can simulate it and let it run through. We can force it to run through storms. We can force it to run around storms. We can force it to wait for storms to pass. We can force it to take into account that it has to wait to get into port, for instance. We can do all of these things within simulations, and then we can figure out what kind of configuration and setup of a vessel would give us the most efficient vessel for this operation that the ship owner wants, and what kind of changes could we make to an existing vessel to make it more efficient in the operation it has. We can understand, for instance, the effect of having a vessel that doesn't go only with cargo in one direction and then go in ballast the other direction, but we can look at the effect it has if you can actually manage to go with cargo in almost all of the voyages that the vessel makes. This is a very powerful tool for us to understand how these different vessels, how these different operations and different trades can be made more efficient than they are today. I have to say something about alternative fuels as well. I won't go into details on all of the different fuels, but what I want to say right now is when you sit down and think about it, the ship owner has one particular focus. And it's so important that we tend to forget about it. The ship owner needs the ship to sail. That's his one priority. The first and one priority, the ship must sail. If it doesn't sail, you have zero emissions, of course, but you're out of business. Today, and we need to be realistic about this, global shipping as a whole has the second highest priority is sailing in the cheapest way possible. So don't start to think that shipping is about anything else right now. That's important to know. You have to sail, and you have to sail as cheap as possible. And then somewhere below that comes the idea that you might sail as green as possible. We have to shift it. We have to move them to have another focus on that. And I'm not saying that every shipping company is like this. There's a lot of shipping companies that are starting to move that focus. Starting to say that it's important for us to move things in the greenest way possible. But you have to remember this. The other thing is, anybody who wants to make alternative fuels, such as hydrogen, ammonia, methanol, they would like to sell it to anybody who wants to buy. But they can only start at some point, and they can only produce as much as this. They cannot serve everybody at once. So when you combine that, the ship owner needs the ship to sail. He needs fuel that is available anywhere, everywhere, at all times. And there's only one fuel right now that can serve that purpose, and that's diesel fuel. Diesel is the only one that can make your ship sail right now. Make no mistakes about that. On the other hand, the ship owner would like to, or the best ship owners would like to be able to sail their ship in the greenest way, any time they can. You have to combine these two, and then you figure quite easily that you have to have some kind of energy conversion system on board that's capable of converting either diesel to energy or alternative fuel to energy. And the only thing that can do that right now is an internal combustion engine. There's no other system that can do that for a ship today when it comes to propulsion power. So what we're trying to say with these figures and some other figures we have is, yes, we are going to have to do something about 2030, and we have to do something about 2050. But we cannot wait until that magic bullet hits. You cannot wait until 2030 and think that suddenly there will be some kind of technology that fixes everything, or some kind of alternative fuel that fixes everything. We have to actually transition. We have to do that in a proper way. We have to incentivize shipping to start taking into use technology that is actually capable of burning alternative fuels as often as they can. But at the same time, will give them the capability of operating their ship all the time. Okay? So, to the SeaMap. We've made some SeaMaps. I'll show you in detail this one for the coastal general cargo vessels. And the point of this SeaMap is to show you that there are things that we can do. As I started out saying, there are things that we can do about logistics, energy efficiency, and alternative fuels. In this figure right here, it's basically about energy efficiency and it's about alternative fuels. Our postulate, when we're looking at the research that we have done, NTNU has done, we come up with these figures. For a general cargo vessel, you can work on the dimensions, save 15%. You can do some magic in the machinery room. You can make hybrid machinery systems, take batteries into the machinery system, change to other type of energy converters. And you can do, for instance, in this case, wind-assisted power. And then you might achieve 40 to 45% gains or emission reductions from the ship if you do that. That would take you to the IMO 2030 target, if you do that alone. Because the IMO 2030 target is relatively easy to achieve. In order to move from the IMO 2030 target and up to the target or ambitions of the IPCC for 2030, you would have to do more. You would have to you would have to absorb more alternative fuels, and you would have to do something on the fuel side. And in order to reach the IMO's own 2050 ambition, or even the IPCC 2050 ambition, you would have to actually do that by alternative fuels, in addition to the energy efficiency means. This is what we're, this SeaMap is not the figure alone, it's also a list of all of the technologies that you take into use for these vessels. We've made several of these, and we're still working on them. And as you can see from this figure, we also take into account the emission reductions that have already been made since 2008. So we're not only saying that from today and onwards, but we also take into account what's already been done. And there's a lot that has already been done within several segments. As you can see, for bulkers, they've done quite a lot. Car carriers, some, and chemical carriers have done a little bit more. And we are continuing developing these SeaMaps for ships in detail for a lot of different ship types and trades. As Bo was pointing to, in the big picture, it's bulkers, tankers, and container carriers that are the ones that really consume most of the fuel in global shipping. So they will be, of course, of particular interest for the SeaMap and developing them. And within all of these categories, there are subcategories of container vessels and so on. But the point is, we want to help ship owners understand what they can do in energy efficiency and what they have to do with alternative fuels. Because alternative fuels will be very expensive. That's where the expensive options lie in the future. We know that. There's no question about it. And we also know they need to move that way. But we need to help them to understand all the things that they can do. So, as I said, we're in line with what the Bo was presenting. I don't think there's much difference in what was said there. We're trying to make these, or we're not trying, we are making these SeaMaps. We're going to present them in detail at Nordshipping this year, in about a month's time. So we won't be handing out this presentation here now. We'll save it to Nordshipping. So be there and you'll get it. Or after that, you can just contact us and we'll provide it to you. And by that was what I wanted to tell you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anders. I think we are lagging behind the time, but a coffee break is a must. But before leaving for the break, I think we can just take a few minutes for just a few questions, if there is any.
Yes, we are actually looking at right now the issue of reuse of hulls and also reuse of equipment instead of, and looking at the differences. So what kind of savings can you have, both economically but with regard to emissions and resource use, not least, if you reuse ships, and that's a quite complex issue because, well, let me give you an example. I'll try to do this fast. But back in 1936, they were producing, in the aviation industry, they were producing some magnificent aircraft called the DC-3. One of them rolled off the line in 1936, and it's still flying today. It's still in operation, in commercial operation today. And the fun fact about that aircraft is that there's probably nothing in that aircraft today that was present when it rolled off the line in 1936. So it has the same number, it's the same aircraft. We call it the same aircraft, but in the physical sense, it's not. Why don't we think that way when it comes to building ships? We're building these advanced structures, but they're really, really difficult when it comes to the end of life and look at what do you need to change, what do you need to cut out and put in with regard to steel to make it live even 20 more years or 30 more years. Look at the offshore oil and gas business. The Ekofisk system out there was started in the early 1970s. Early 1970s. That's 50 years ago. It's still going to operate for 30 years. It was never designed to operate for 80 years. It wasn't. But they're going to make it last for 80 years. Why are we not thinking about that when we're building ships? Why are we not taking this circular economy into account? And this has to do with, I mean, we're talking about CO2 emission or greenhouse gas emissions, but it's a much larger picture than that. It's resource use in total. We need to understand and we need to do something about. We cannot just say that we have to scrap old tonnage and build new. That's not the way to go about this. So yes, we are looking at that as well. But we need help. So you guys need to get educated and start researching.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we can maybe leave for 10 minutes break. And
yep.
Thank you again.
Sure.
To the rest of the session 1, green shipping. Now we have the green shipping program, how to develop the world's most effective and sustainable shipping industry by Eivind Dahle from DNV. So Eivind is Senior Principal Consultant in DNV Maritime Advisory, Eivind has experience from a broad spectrum of advisory services for private and public organizations in maritime sector, internationally with a special focus on sustainable transport, decarbonization of shipping, and zero and low emission solutions. He has a central role in public-private green shipping program, a Norwegian public-private partnership program with over 100 major players in the value chain involved. Eivind has a background as a research director at Marintech, also technology director at Knowit, and several positions in offshore and shipping business. He has been managing director of the European Virtual Maritime Institute, EVIMAR, and is an experienced board member. He holds an MSc in marine technology from NTNU in 1981 and BC at Norwegian School of Management, BI, from 1985. Eivind lives in Trondheim, Norway, with his wife and 2 grown-up children. Welcome, Eivind.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the introduction. I'm pleased to be here at the Marintek Center and Marintekniske dager. It's nice to visit the center where I studied many years ago, more than 40 actually, and also worked at Marintek, now Sintef Ocean, as a researcher and a research director for 17 years. I'm going to speak about the green shipping program today. It's a Norwegian public-private partnership program. We have a vision in the program that Norway shall establish the world's most effective and environmentally friendly shipping. And the program is about profitable emission reductions with the significant escalation potential. It's about green jobs. Maritime industry can become an important green growth industry with thousands of new jobs. It's about increased competitive advantage for the industry here in Norway by being first with successful demonstration projects in various segments. It's about taking a leading international position. Norwegian shipping can be a showcase in the world, an incubator, and a platform for exports of green technology and green transport services. This is the program in a nutshell. We execute studies, we initiate pilots, we take our experience into scaling, and last but not least, we facilitate dialogue and collaboration such that politicians, public and private executives can make informed decisions. GSP is a joint effort with all major players in the value chain involved. That is cargo owners, shipping companies, ports, shipyards, suppliers of technologies, fuel and services, as well as government agencies. We started in 2015 with 16 private organizations and 2 ministries. Today we have grown into 110 participants. Pilots are central in the program, and we have initiated 40 of them, and 11 of them are implemented. That is, solutions are out there. Vessels have been developed and delivered, etc. These pilots are typically starting as feasibility or concept studies. It could be ship concepts, logistics solutions, technology studies, ports, green infrastructure, autonomous vessels, public procurement processes, and financing. And as you can see on the left side, pilot owners are cargo owners, shipping companies, infrastructure players like, for instance, ports, it's financial institutes, and also some other. In addition to the pilots, we also have two other activities. One of them is the Cargo Owner Forum, and the other one is a technology radar. From the beginning, the pilots have been focused on coastal and short sea shipping. In 2021, we also started 3 deep sea pilots, and this is one of them, Grieg Maritime Group. They are the pilot owner of a retrofit case with the goal to realize the first ocean-going open hatch bulk carrier to be powered by green ammonia. It is a deep sea pilot, and it has included all the key players in the value chain around this ship and the transport system where it is used. The pilots include evaluating business case for green ammonia fuel, and if the green ammonia is viable as a fuel for deep sea shipping. And commercial, technical, infrastructure, and financial work streams are explored. This pilot is also associated to the Zero Emission Shipping Mission Initiative, an alliance between countries where the private sector, research institutes, and authorities are involved, led by Denmark, USA, and Norway. And in Denmark, I guess you, Bo, are a very central person in that program. This is showing the route to be studied. It goes from Central Europe to the Mexican Gulf, further to Brazil, and back again to Europe. And having a pilot project, actually having a fixed route is quite important because availability of ammonia is an important issue in the pilot. 2 years ago, we established the Service Center for Green Fleet Renewal, and with financial support from the Ministry of Climate and Environment. The objective of the Service Center is to support cargo owners and ship owners to realize green transport solutions and green ships. This is carried out through bilateral project, analyzing existing solutions, identifying new, greener and sustainable solutions, establishing implementation strategies, and possibly also establish requirement specification, facilitate tenders and quotation requests, develop agreements, funding applications, and also support the detailed development of these vessels. From April 2020, we have systematically contacted and worked with Norwegian ship owners and cargo owners, charterers, and so far we have 80 projects that have been started. In one way or another, all these projects are addressing green fleet renewal. It's important to emphasize that to realize these ships and transport solutions, they are often complex, and there are long-term decision processes going on. So typically it takes 3 to 5 years from initiating a project, a new build project, until we have a ship floating on the sea. Here's an overview of ongoing projects. Most of them are in the first or second phase, so it's analyzing the existing operation and also looking at the alternatives, green alternatives. As you can see, projects are with many different cargo owners and shipping companies. So these are typically companies that already have strategy, typically reducing their carbon footprint with 50% before 2030, and so on. So they are really pioneers here. And as you also can see, they are covering bulk, general cargo, container, ro-ro, MPV, tankers, and also agriculture and offshore vessels. These two projects have been in media during the last year, and they are also the largest and most mature projects so far. Both are small bulk vessels. Both these projects has been through open tender processes and with great participation from both Norwegian and European shipping companies. Unfortunately, the Veidekke project has stopped temporarily, and it is uncertain whether it will be realized. The project with Heidelberg Cement and Felleskjøpet is developing well, and contracts between these two partners and with the shipping company Egil Ulvan Rederi, which is actually from Trondheim. And then the yard is expected to be in place this summer, and the vessel is planned to be delivered in 2024. These two tenders have created major ripple effects. 54 ship owners responded on the request for interest, and 22 of these companies offered quotes. We know that 40 to 60 suppliers and design companies have been involved, and there has also been 14 hydrogen suppliers that have delivered quotes for supply of hydrogen and ammonia. And as you know, in a tender process, there is only one winning company. But the effect here is still that a lot of these companies have done the job, and they have a concept and a solution available, and they are continuing in the market. So I just will drop some other project. This is NOAA, a company with also a small bulk vessel. This is ASCO, the logistics arm for Norgesgruppen, with a small ro-ro vessel. It will also be autonomous. And here is Samskip, their sea shuttle project, container vessel. Before I round off my presentation, I will also mention that we have taken an initiative to a project which has been funded by the Pilot E scheme and around 25 industrial partners. So the project is in the startup phase, but it is very important because it is focusing on the fuel and the infrastructure that is necessary to deliver hydrogen and ammonia to these projects. And we have also collected information from around 15 different projects that is planned for use either compressed hydrogen or ammonia from 2024 and onwards to 2030. So to summarize, green shipping program public-private partnership program started in 2015. We are now around 110 participating organizations. More than 40 pilots are initiated. 2 years ago, we started the Service Center for Green Fleet Renewal, which has now 80 projects that is carried out and ongoing. And we also have focused on infrastructure for hydrogen and ammonia and are facilitating the supply and demand. Yeah, I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I think we have time only for one question. It's a pity, but better than nothing. Great. So if I can repeat the question to be audible for everyone. So it's about the power system configuration for ammonia propulsion. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. The pilot I mentioned, it's a retrofit. So they are going to use combustion engine, the one that is already on board the vessel, and to retrofit for that. For the other projects, it's partly fuel cells and partly combustion engines in these projects.
Great. So mix of fuel cell and combustion engine, but fed by ammonia.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you again. Yeah.
Thank you.
Now we can move to the last presentation of this green shipping session with zero emission for deep sea shipping and Klaveness perspective. Martin Vatum from Klaveness, he is head of projects and business transformation from Klaveness Ship Management, has worked for Thorvald Klaveness since the completion of his studies and have experience from all business units in the company, from chartering and derivative trading to ship owning and technical ship management. He's currently heading the projects and business development department at the company. And last but not the least, he holds a MSc in marine technology from NTNU and TU Delft. Please welcome.
Thank you. Yeah. Just while we wait for the presentation to start up, it's very good to be back. I graduated in 2011, and remember my first year, Manuel was 90 years old, and that was a very good celebration. And now it's good to be back 15 years later. I should try to respect the time, but this is a topic I could talk about for hours, and luckily I will be here for days, because of course I will stay for the weekend. So if anyone has any more questions, feel free to contact me at the bar. Yeah, so quickly a bit of Klaveness. Today, Klaveness is a fully integrated ship owner. That means that we do conceptual design. So we look at kind of what do we want the ship to do, and we build it with site teams, and we have cargo customers we talk directly with, and we operate it also technically with ship managers and commercially with the booking. So it's the complete picture. But we are quite small. It's a small company. We don't have big departments, but we do a big scope. In addition, we also have some pioneering business units. One fresh company, which is called Zero Lab. They are looking at how to facilitate decarbonization of shipping. So how to do it from a regulatory perspective? How can we come up with freight IDs? How can we report emission and make a value chain around that? And how can we implement our knowledge to help that development? We also have Klaveness Chartering, which are a commercial operating arm and trading. And then we also have Klaveness Digital, which provide a logistic platform for cargo owners. We have big ambitions for our own vessels. They shall be carbon neutral by 2030. That is a big challenge, and we don't know how to do that yet. And we also know that our next generation of vessels, the next vessels we will start to conceptualize, will be able to burn zero emission, because they will exist for more than 25 years when they are delivered. So we have to have a plan to reach zero for that fleet. I just would like in this short presentation to explain how we are looking at it. This is deep sea, so there are some challenges, especially in terms of energy need, which is kind of a bit driving factor for us. I would also touch upon many of the topics that has been addressed thoroughly earlier, and that is the energy mix in the world and how shipping is a part of that and how that must be respected, but also maybe have some opportunities. And then I will summarize with some findings we have from some conceptual designs we have conducted. So first, the energy solutions for deep sea as we see it. On the left-hand side, we see some energy sources, and these are the energy sources we see today. In the middle, we have the energy carriers, or the fuels, or whatever word you would like to have, and then you have the conversion, how to make that potential energy into propulsion. So this is maybe a picture we see for a deep-sea fleet. If you're very bright, you don't see batteries, and we don't see that either, because of the energy density requirements. But we may be wrong. Maybe Elon Musk has different plans. But today we don't see that. So when we are then making concepts and evaluating what to do on the next generation, fossil fuel is out, obvious reasons. But I can comment that carbon capture could be interesting solution. But as far as we understand, it looks like a challenge. It is difficult to capture significant amount of carbon, and it's also a logistical issue to get rid of it for our fleet. The next one, it was briefly addressed earlier by Harald as well, but this biomass, we don't expect to see significant amount of that. That could change, but today we don't see enough of it for deep sea ships. But it would be very convenient if it was. It would be much easier for everyone. And nuclear, this is also subject for discussions, but for us it is a bit difficult to see that the world will base it on nuclear for the deep sea fleet. So we are basically looking at how to make renewable energy, green energy, make that into a green fuel, and then burn it in a safe way on board. And that is not a very easy task. It has been mentioned energy efficiency a lot today, and that is also something we see, because if you base it on a renewable source, you are basing it on a source that is very limited. And to make it into these energy carriers, you lose half of the very valuable green fuel just to make the fuel. And when you burn the fuel on any of these energy converters, you lose another half. So if you have 100% green energy, you lose 75% on the way before you have a propeller turning around. Road going and energy housing and other consumers of green energy would convert that in a much more efficient way than a deep sea ship would do. So we would kind of be, in that sense, in the back of the line if you look at the holistic environmental perspective. So that is also why we conclude that energy efficiency will be a very, very key element here if we would like this to happen as fast as possible. The energy situation was addressed earlier. This is stolen from DNV. They have more people than us, so they can do this research. But they expect this to be the future fuel mix or the energy mix in the world. So they expect a more efficient world. But they still expect that the fuel mix in the world, even in 2050, will be in quite large degree based on coal, oil, and natural gas. While the greener energies will, of course, and hopefully, increase quite a lot. But the challenge for the shipping industry is how to make much out of the valuable resources. And that is something we don't know, but we would like to make everything you can to force this forward and use at least as little as possible, at least, for the green fuels. And we also see some quite negative predictions. This is from IEA that claims that shipping will be one of the few transport modes that will achieve net zero by 2050. because of these elements, and also because vessels that are being built in 2030 will also operate in 2050. So it is a huge challenge, but we are in the firm belief that it is a must-win. It's not something that you should look after. It is the key challenge of our generation, and also all of you that will coming into the industry. This will be the task to make this happen, and it's up to everyone. As mentioned earlier, it's not the ship owner only, it's the class society, it's the financing, it's the government, it's all needs to participate in this, and we have a lot of strong views on how to do that, and carbon tax that could be used into investments is maybe one thing that will make much more traction. And we also back the price range of maybe like $200 a ton of CO2 to make this progress much more quicker than it would without. And then we also did some try little, learn a lot. We had a project in 2020. We had teams of students and also our senior engineers. And we did some playing around the whole summer and see how to make this happen on our vessels. Our vessels, as you can see here as an illustration, is a deep sea tanker and bulk carrier, actually. So these are unique. We are the only one that have these vessels. The beauty of it is that it transports cargo both ways. If you can imagine the world where you have some commodities are made one place and transported to another part where it's consumed, and at the same time you have other commodities that are made in one part of the world and transported to back again and consumed there. But these commodities are completely different. And today it's done by a tank ship one way and a bulker the other way. It's a wet cargo and a dry cargo. And they go in ballast in between. And a vessel in ballast has a substantial amount of emission. And it does zero transport work. It's just burning fuel to get into position. These vessels carry cargo both ways. They never go empty. So they are, from design, 40% more fuel efficient than any other vessel in the world. So they are 2030 compliant. And we have made these vessels since 2021. Since 2001. It's more than 20 years. So that is the beauty. It is 40% less CO2 emission per transported cargo. But on the other side, it is a standard vessel. It has exactly the same hull shape, same engine. Everything is the same as a bulker and tanker, so it consumes just as much to go 1 nautical mile. The only difference is it can carry any cargo. So it doesn't go empty. So how to make this vessel do whatever it does today, only zero emission? Two concepts, a lot of learnings. One concept was very advanced and very interesting. It's fuel cells with carbon capture burning methanol. Methanol is a widely spread commodity. It can be produced green. This would be a net zero vessel, and it will capture all the CO2. It would work, and the technology is right around the corner. The commodity is there. Everything would make this work. The other one is ammonia, maybe even more known. This is with a simple fuel tank, large enough to have all the energy we need, and it's an internal combustion engine. It would look like our vessel today, only it will be zero. So these are we see a way to do this. But then again, we would then transplant the very valuable green energy to make it happen. That is the challenge, and it would also come with a cost. But increased freight cost would be tolerable for the masses, but who to pay for it? That is the question. And maybe a CO2 tax that could benefit the development could be one solution. But I would like to convert it into what it would cost for this weekend. And my freight case is the most realistic. It's barley from Americas going into Trondheim port to make dals. And the added cost for you and me would be about 10 øre for a 6-pack of beer. to make it zero emission and not burn 650 tons of heavy fuel oil. So it is possible, and it wouldn't ruin your party. But efficiency is a key, and we managed to raise $25 million last year, and we will spend that to make the existing vessels much more fuel efficient. As I mentioned, they are similar in a way as a normal tanker. They will spend about the same amount of fuel to go from A to B with cargo as a tanker would with cargo. So we are investing in and developing a lot of solutions to help it burn far less fuel, because we think that is the bridge into zero. And it is also the cumulative effects that was mentioned. We can also talk a lot more about these initiatives. It's about using established technologies and also help develop new technologies. I think that was it for the time I got. Do we have time for one question?
Thank you for mentioning. Yeah, one.
Thank you for an excellent presentation. Do you see any of your customers in these commodity areas that are willing to pay a green premium to get the goods transported?
Yeah, it is a very interesting question, and we did some research. We see that scope 3 emission, which is the emission you have indirectly from your operation, a Google search of that has been doubled every year over the last 4 years. So it was 1,000 clicks, then 4,000, then 15, and now it's more than 30,000 last year. So we see the customers are interested in scope 3 emissions, and they are starting to ask about how can we price this in. Today we have other similar pricing mechanism already. If the bunker price is escalating, you have a compensation of that. Now they are starting to discuss with us and coming up with proposals how to make a CAF clause, which is carbon effective freight. So how much will that affect on the freight cost if you emit more or less carbon than it was expected to do? That is something that we see more and more from customers. And I also guess in Mærsk you also maybe see that from IKEA and others that are now looking into helping the ship owner and the whole logistic chain to benchmark it and get a premium if you go beyond it, or a penalty even if you don't if you're not better than the benchmark.
They could be willing to pay more for zero emission shipping.
Yeah.
Could they also be willing to wait longer for the goods, and in that way pave the way for wind assisted propulsion, for instance?
Yeah, some cargo owners would like that, and also we speak with the cargo owners, and one cargo owner was surprised that we mentioned that the ship can actually go slower. He didn't know that the ship could go slower. He thought 12 knots, that's what the ship can do. So you definitely see cargo owners that are willing to look at that, and I think it's very also important to discuss with them, as mentioned, also the value of the commodity, and that is a pain point for some customers. They need it quick, but they need to actually do the calculation. How much does it cost you to get it quick in CO2? And how much does the financing of the car cost? Or how much does it cost to build a new tank so you can secure inventory and you don't have to fast speed a vessel every 5th voyage because you're running out of stock, which is happening all the time for some of the cargo owners, that they ask us to go full speed because they're running out of stock. And if you look at, okay, why can't you just build another tank? But that's they don't maybe link it into the global emission topic. But I'm sure that with bright minds coming into the industry, they will see more and more of these opportunities. And if you get fuel efficiency wins, you will definitely cut the time to zero emission shipping. That is, I'm quite certain on that.
And I just wanted to ask about when you were saying that you had zero emission, carbon neutral.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not possible to do on the whole life cycle of your ship because, I mean, also even if you use methanol, there's a cost to that. So are you just considering the emissions at sea, or do you have another technique to have carbon neutrality for your whole life cycle?
Yeah, what we're looking at that, it is a very good question, and we have it as an ambition, and we hope to get there. We are starting to burn more and more biofuels. That will help. We're also trying to see how we can use insets where you're funding initiatives in your industry that would not be funded without your initiative that is cutting CO2. We are trying to see what can we do in our industry to cut emission, not just planting trees in Hollywood, but what can you actually do either on your fleet to cut or to do other initiatives. So that is kind of change of fuel and new initiatives to try to get us there.
Thanks, Martin.
Yeah.
And now we can actually end the session 1, and we have time just for 15 minutes break, so we'll be back 2:45. Thank you, everybody.
I'm going to start now. My name is Zheng Gao. I'm a professor of marine structures in this department. So I will chair session 2, which is offshore renewable energy. And we mainly talk about offshore wind and solar energy. So in this session, we will have 5 presentations, followed by a panel discussion. So I will first introduce the keynote speaker, Tuna Westbostar. She is chief engineer in Equinor in the global platform and the marine structures. And she started Equinor position back from 1997, and then hold many different positions in the same company. She also has a PhD degree from our department quite many years ago. So I will just have a very brief introduction, please. Yeah.
Let's see if I can unmute. Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you, San. And good afternoon, everyone. I'm really happy to be here. As you heard, I graduated from this department twice. So it feels really like coming home to come here. And it's also really nice to look at a room full of people and not at a screen that I've been doing for a bit now. My talk is on Equinor's offshore wind strategy. And I'll try to explain why we think offshore wind is a good strategic fit for Equinor, and some thoughts on what we think it takes to succeed. From a marine technology perspective, of course. Let's see. This slide is sums up our overall corporate strategy, and we are transforming to a global broad energy company, and we actually want to lead in the energy transition. Our new CEO, Anders Opedal, has made it clear that he also wants to accelerate that transition. So we have 3 pillars in our strategy. We are an oil and gas producer, and there's no denying that. We're going to continue with that for quite some years to come. And the Norwegian continental shelf is our backbone, so to say. So the strategy here is to optimize our oil and gas portfolio, and I guess the key word here is optimize and not maximize. We're also looking at new market opportunities in low carbon solutions such as CCS. And then our last pillar is all about renewables, and a major part of that, those is offshore wind. And 80% of the world's wind resources, accessible wind resources, are only accessible by floating wind. And we see a 4 times as large potential for floating offshore wind as bottom fixed. So I've chosen to focus my talk somewhat on the floating offshore wind. See? But first, why do we think that large-scale offshore wind is a strategic fit for Equinor. On a broader sense, we can come up with a lot of reasons like these mentioned here. We have a strong safety culture in our company. We are used to and have a lot of experience with large, complex projects, executing those, and we have good supplier relations. We have the financial strength, and we have a strong technology focus. But in my perspective, of course, the real synergy is the marine technology, so the competence represented in this room. And here it's just exemplified by the Aasta Hansteen and the Hywind Scotland spars. And you see the marine operation pictures here are actually taken about the same time, the same summer, in the same waters around Stord, where we had an upending of operations, I think it was in 2017. So I actually have a lot of colleagues, both new colleagues and senior ones, that are supporting both oil and gas and offshore wind projects with, for example, mooring design and marine operations. And the experience transfer really goes both ways. So that's really fun to be a part of. But of course, there are large differences between these two structures. The Aasta Hansteen is a huge, expensive, one-off structure with hydrocarbons and people on board, while as the Hywind Scotland, of course, is a simple, passive structure, unmanned, and there are several of them that are identical. So even though the basic competencies are the same, we really need to understand the differences that make the offshore wind industry unique. And I'll try to focus on some of these aspects. What have we learned so far, and what do we need of development going forward? We already have, Equinor has some offshore wind parks in operation already, both in the UK and in Germany, and another 3.6 gigawatts is under construction for the Dogger Bank. And we have, as I mentioned, the Hywind Scotland floating wind park already in operation, and this summer we are constructing the Hywind Tampen off the coast of Norway, which is going to deliver electricity to the Gullfaks and the Snorre oil fields. Let's see. So, I saw you had a SeaMap earlier today, which is really good, but we were still on the roadmap bit. And although we have 50 years of oil and gas experience, we do also have 20 years of floating wind experience. Some clever colleagues of mine in then Hydro actually conceived the idea in 2001 of putting a standard offshore wind turbine on a spar structure. And in 2009, the Hywind demo came on stream. And as I mentioned, in 2017, the Hywind demo park, in a way, the Hywind Scotland, came also on stream. And I've just put up some numbers here to show you how the size is really increasing and has been. So the demo was a 2.3 megawatt turbine, while the Scotland park is 5 units of 6 megawatts, and the rotor diameter has increased from 85 to 154 meters. Now the planned Hywind Tampen will be 11 units, and they will be 8 megawatts. And the rotor size has increased to 167. Now, as I'll come back to, the Hywind concept has been quite successful and shows good performance, but it has a drawback, and that is the deep draft. So you really need 100 meters of water to upend and install one of these turbines. So from 2019, we've done extensive screening and evaluation of concepts to come up with an alternative, another tool in our toolbox. And by now, we've concluded with a steel semi-submersible complementing the Hywind concept. And where do we go from there? The next step, so you see we've been kind of stepwise ramping up, and the next phase is to go commercial. We're hoping 25, 26, with a park size of 300 to 500 megawatts. So that would mean 30, 40 units. Yeah, I have to boast a little bit. The Hywind Scotland shows excellent performance, and we are quite proud of that. It's 56% capacity during the first year of production, and I think actually they're keeping that up. And that is then the largest capacity factor compared to any wind park in the UK. The reason is that it has a high availability, and the wind resources are really good. I mean, it's always blowing out there. So even though we have a larger capex, we see that, or we think that floating wind is worth working with. Yeah. So we have this operational experience, as I mentioned, but of course we also have learned quite a bit from that. So as I mentioned, for the Hywind Scotland, we needed to upend the substructure in Norway and install it there with a heavy lift vessel, and then tow the entire turbine over to Scotland because of the water depth. Also, we saw that we had a quite complicated mooring installation, and also we've experienced vortex-induced motions due to tidal currents at Hywind Scotland. So, of course, we are not stopping our technology development to reduce cost, and of course for the benefit of future projects. And the first project is, of course, the Hywind Tampen. And I've already mentioned the larger turbines, so we still need to cater for larger turbines, and it's not going to grow indefinitely, so finding that sweet spot is also going to be interesting. Then I mentioned the installation method, and having a quayside installation method is, of course, quite a benefit. So we'll be doing that on the Hywind Tampen, and for the semi-concept, that will, of course, be a lot easier, which is quite a benefit. Then we've worked with simplifying the mooring system. So for the Tampen, we're using this inline tensioner and an improved bridle arrangement. And we're also using shared anchors for the units. The Hywind Scotland was steel. The Hywind Tampen will be concrete. And in that way, we are utilizing local content in Norway, and local content is important in the offshore wind industry, not just in Norway, but worldwide. And then just a bit of a special thing, since this park is going to deliver electricity to an oil and gas platform, we need to integrate the gas and wind power generation system. So we've developed that as well. Yeah, a few words on the design of a floater for offshore wind floating. It is rather an involved process. You need to couple the aerodynamics, the hydrodynamics, the structural response, the active controller, and the mooring system. And as with all marine structures, you really have to understand what are the governing loads, and you need a model that can capture the important load effects of your system. So I talked with Professor Trygve Christensen, and I heard that some of the students were skipping the marine dynamics course. Not a good idea if you want to work with a floating offshore structure, so just a tip. You need to understand your dynamic system really well. Let's see. So, of course, why do you want that? You want to avoid resonant behavior. You want to avoid instabilities like notch or roll-yaw instabilities. You also want to have a passive floater and as simple as possible floater. And you want to have really good fatigue life. And that goes for the mooring system as well. And why do you do that? Well, it's an unmanned structure. You have a lot of them. You really want to limit inspection, maintenance, and especially hull entry. So no jacks, no winches, no hull pumps, just as passive as possible hull. And anything else? yes, it needs to be really fabrication friendly and cheap because you're going to need 40 of them, right? Yep. Let's see. Oh, and then I know Tore is going to talk about that later, or Torbjørn. There's this thing about scale, right? A lot of people have been talking about scale, and when we want to scale up to a commercial project, there's this issue about, it's exactly that, the scale of things. So this is an example that I borrowed from another colleague of mine that is on marine operations, really, and it's a weight example. So this is a fixed, bottom fixed park that we're working with off the coast of New York, Beacon Wind. And we're doing a mixture of monopiles and jackets, but that doesn't really matter. The foundation with the transition piece or the pile with the, the tower and the nacelle and the blades, it's about 5,500 tons. And then you have an offshore substructure that's about 16,000 tons. And okay, we just installed the Johan Sverdrup, right? So this shouldn't be any biggie for us. So the Johan Sverdrup in the operational mass is 170,000 tons, so quite large. But of course, we want 82 of these units, and that actually amounts to about, or at least almost 3 times the mass of the Johan Sverdrup. And of course, there's a lot more marine operations involved. What is important to understand is that these offshore wind projects is a lot about logistics and the capacity of your supply chain. And that feeds in, of course, to the way you design your floater or your bottom fixed structure and your mooring system. And the next speakers are going to talk more about that as well. Okay. Let's see. So what does it take? It's sort of a summing up from a marine perspective. So I talked about the floater design, superior fatigue performance, and of course having control of your resonances and also a passive hull. Same with the mooring design, needs to be simple, no clump weights or buoys. And also we see that you might want to go to, we've been using chain, I'll come a bit back to that. We might want to go to rope, of course, but then we might need new fiber materials as well. I haven't talked much about the controller design. We have an in-house controller in Equinor that's patented, that works very well and takes into account the floating behavior, which is key to succeed with these floating offshore winds. And then we have the standards and regulations, and I've checked that nobody's going to be offended that I'm saying that coming from an oil and gas industry, we see that the standards and the regulations are somewhat immature. For example, when it comes to design load methods and especially maybe target safety levels. So we really want to contribute in improving those, and really happy to collaborate with the DNV, for example, on that, because that's important going forward. I mentioned the marine operations, simplifying the marine, the installation, but also heavy maintenance, for example. Right now, if you want to shift a gearbox or something, you probably have to tow the whole thing to shore. So getting new methods for that is a goal. And then again, just mentioning the logistics and the supply chain capacity and the logistics that need to be in place, and how that feeds into your floater design and mooring design is important to understand. And I guess we'll get more details on that a bit later today. Yep, that was it. I think I did it on time.
Yes, thank you.
Any questions?
Yeah, then now it's open for questions and comments.
in Equinor, are there any specific regions that do you look for like synergies with where you already have activity in oil and gas, or what kind of regions are you looking at when it comes to offshore wind and floating wind?
Actually we're quite spreading out worldwide, but we see that for floating wind it's Asia, and maybe there's something going on the west coast of the US. But for the bottom fixed, it's the east coast of the U.S. and of course in the North Sea as well. So we're sort of being quite wide in our search for good opportunities.
Yes. Any other question, comments?
Yeah, there's one over there. Your question was about the control system. Well, it is different for the floating than for the bottom fixed.
Any more questions, comments? Yes? Okay.
Hey, I wonder, since you touched upon wind turbines for Asia, have you started to look at typhoon conditions in the design of wind turbines?
Yes, and that is a challenge as well. So yes, we are aware of that, and in Asia that is a challenge. Yep. But of course they will be shut down. So.
Yes, because of time. Thank you very much again, Tone.
Thank you.
So the next speaker will be myself. Well, it's supposed to be presented by Ellen Baczynski-Polek. She's on parental leave, and then I will represent her to present some of her work, but also more widely our offshore wind group work. I will start showing those concepts we have been worked on, and also the softwares and so on. So there are many different professors that has been contributing to this type of work on offshore wind. This is about the development of global response analysis, considering coupling aerodynamic loads and hydrodynamic loads, and also responses. And but also looking at the heart of the wind turbine, the drive chain modeling, and also detailed responses. Myself has also been working a bit on the marine operation, especially the installation turbines using jack-up vessels, as we have seen industry is doing. And then also we are interested in using floating vessel to do installation, not only foundation, but also wind turbine blades. Together with the SeaMap Ocean, Erin has also been working on experimental methods, especially for wind turbine concepts. And in that sense, it's also hybrid method that has been tested and used. Then we have also looked at other type of wind turbine, like vertical axis wind turbines, and then also wind turbine in ice-covered area where ice loss has been a big concern. So I will also show some of the examples about those research as a highlight because of time limit. Wind and solar has become most of the cheapest renewable energy up to now. And they are also commonly accessible in terms of resources, but also somewhat in terms of technology. And so there's a very strong demand to accelerate the development, deployment of wind turbine and solar panels. And if we look at the total electricity generation in 2019, it's about 27,000 terawatt hours, which is equivalent to 600,000 10 megawatt turbines, if we consider the capacity factor is 50%. And considering the wake effect spacing as with a spacing of 1 kilometer, it covers an area of 800 kilometer by 800 kilometer. And then equivalently, if you use PV panels only, you end up with 4 kilometer 400 kilometers by 400 kilometers. So this is about 0.1% of Earth's surface area. So it's not a very big area we are talking about. But the problem is that there's so many number of units that you need to design, build, and also maintain. And up to now, we have only achieved in total about 8% of electricity generation from wind and solar. Mostly are coming from on-land generation. So, and also don't forget that those units, they designed for 25 years. So you have to repeat the cycle again after 25 years regarding the number of units. And there's also a lot of studies showing the complementary correlation in terms of resources, wind and solar. So this is why we are talking about wind and solar today, but of course in offshore environment. As I mentioned, at this department, we have been working on different topics offshore wind turbine, starting from hydrodynamics, global response analysis for turbines during operation, and also during installation phases. And then looking at improved models for global and local response prediction. And in this industry, because of high confidence, we really need very good models for design purpose. And also, it is mentioned that we are designing many units. So we have been active in terms of numerical model method development, design, and also now working on operation and maintenance. And it is all initiated by Professor Torgen Moe in 2007, so about 15 years ago. And then we have been working on different topics. Myself recently working on marine installation, Eileen working on global analysis, numerical modeling and experiment method. Ami Nejad working on drive chain models, and Chergver working on hydrodynamic loads, Sven, power cable, Jorgen Yulong working on ship collision against wind farms. And Roger also worked on controller development for wind turbine installation. And also, once head of department, Sverre Steen said that we need more professors working on this area. And I fully agree on this. Traditionally, we have been quite active in developing numerical methods and models. And this also will be delivered to industry for daily design. And of course, we have also been working on theoretical models like raining loads on monopile structures, and together with Cerup-Simonsen, also working on experimental method and so on. Focus very much on hydrodynamics and the design aspects. So then I will also mention briefly some of the research work done by Eileen, and especially the ongoing research work. In this industry, we have been working on individual turbine for a very long time. So there's a development of software and for this purpose. But now the direction is towards a more farm level and also for very large individual turbines. So it is very nice for floating wind turbine to develop a, say, shared anchor system in a farm configuration. Of course, the challenge is to develop models that can also predict wake effects and that influence very much on the dynamics of the system. And there's a push to develop individual large turbines. So this has been happening very fast. In the past 5-10 years, those rated power has been doubled and even tripled. And so from the research point of view, people are already talking about 20-25 megawatt turbine. So this, and then on one hand is also to develop cost-effective structures and with optimization. So then there's a challenge is to bring different dynamics in global calculation. For example, we have to consider the float flexibility when dealing with the global aerodynamic loads and hydrodynamic analysis. Another trend is also to develop algorithms that can be used for optimization. And this, of course, require simplified, efficient methods that can be used for many simulations. Still, there's remaining hydrodynamics and aerodynamic problems that require improved models for floating wind turbine. Here, just showing an example to using CFD to create the quadrature for function for wave loads. And then there's also issue about wind wave coupling, where in tradition, signaled wave loads are predicted under assumption of using perturbation method. While for wind turbine, you can imagine there's also wind-induced slowly varying motions and offset of the system. There's also needed to have a better understanding of ambient wind condition. So this has been quite delayed in this industry regarding measurement and so on. But people are doing on this, especially when we are talking about a very large turbine stretching in very high height and also covering big area in terms of wind farm. And you can also see that even in the standards, there are different coherence models that are used and which gives quite different responses. So this has to be further researched and developed. And then Associate Professor Mehdi Zadeh, he's mainly working on the heart of wind turbine, drivetrain. And from the beginning, we have been concerned about the dynamics in drivetrain when it is put on floating turbine because of the rigid body motions and induced wind turbine loads and dynamic responses. And also mentioned that there's a work on designing different type of gearbox, 5 megawatt, 10 megawatt, and also for efficient numerical modeling for response calculation using first principle approach. Another interesting area is looking at condition monitoring and also for fault detection in gearbox. That concerns the degradation in the main bearing due to excessive loads and fatigue. And the main bearing is typically designed so that only torque is go into the gearbox system. Otherwise, you have also increased the responses in the gearbox system. So in recently, AMI has also developed organism-based detection method and using simulation data test those methods. So this is an area also relevant not only for offshore wind turbines, but also for bottom field wind turbine. Myself has been working on installation of wind turbine in the recent years. And the main concern is about the increasing turbine size as the length of turbine and also the installation height at a very high hub height. So these are the basic challenges for big wind turbine. And in this industry, it has been the only using jackup vessel to do installation of blades. And mostly we are talking about bottom fixed wind farms as today. Of course, floating wind turbine give a very different perspective about installation method regarding the fabrication, pre-assemble in the shore and tow to the site. So we are also been working using floating installation vessel for a blade installation. And of course, then the challenge, of course, is the wave-induced motions and responses, which give very limited weather window to connect blade to the nacelle. So together with Logger, we also have developed a controller for tagline so that it can reduce the blade motion during the final installation phase. Overall, it is to develop a methodology so that we can use numerical models to predict the responses during installation so that you are able to quantify the sea state limits so that we can safely install turbines. And on the other hand, we are also interested in real-time use of those models. And this comes with say, the need to forecast the future waves in a very short period in terms of seconds and minutes, a few seconds, a few wave cycle. This has to be quite challenging in practice. And this is also related to the information we get by measurements and so on. Another way is also do probabilistic forecasting of sea states and using those for decision making in marine installation. And this, of course, you can combine with numerical model for vessel motion and for response calculation so that you can apply in a real time for this purpose. And in the SIFI MOVE Center, we have also explored a little bit about a novel concept for installation. It's like this catamaran vessel. The basic idea is to remove crane operation by using this lifting mechanism. And then also, Equinor has also proposed a floating dock concept for spa installation. But those are basically the concept study level. Yes, I will just finish here. It's just a list of highlights of the research topics we have been working on. And I just welcome any comments and questions. Any comments, questions? Professor Jon Arnt, he's also working on ice loads. Well, it's we have also been working together with professor in civil engineering department and try to coupling ice load model with, say, global load model in SeaMap for wind turbine analysis in ice covered areas. Yeah. Any other questions or comments?
Methods for improving methods for marine installation or the marine operation for installation. Can they also be extended for heavy maintenance?
Yeah, in principle, it's possible. But of course, in maintenance, you have also different vessel models. And then the main challenge is that we should have crew transfer in relatively high sea state. Well, installation, typically, we work on relatively low sea states. So that is a bigger difference. So there's a much more demand for motion compensations and in that aspect. Yeah. Certainly that is possible. Yeah.
Thanks.
Any other questions or comments? If we not, we move to the next speaker. Yes, that is Professor Trygve Christiansen. He's a professor at our department on marine hydrodynamics. Has been working on many different types of hydrodynamic problems, monopole resonance, fish farms. And today he will mainly talk about floating solar. Please.
Thank you, Chen. So I'm lucky, like you. I'm here to talk about my favorite topic today, which is floating solar. And you have seen this now many times, and I think that if we can do this number 7, we are in good position to reach the others, or at least it's a very big prerequisite. And there's already been a revolution started on solar energy, mainly on land. And looking at different future perspectives, one always finds solar PV is as one of the main contributors in the future energy mix, which means implicitly that floating solar has a global potential. And a main motivation for me has been to contribute globally with a global contribution towards a carbon neutral future. And large-scale harvest of energy as food is also mentioned earlier. Large-scale harvest of those two things could be done at sea. So people have started on reservoirs and also hydropower dams. This in itself has a very large potential. Also because it's already located at the grid connection. Then we have nearshore areas like this, where you provide locally electricity to fish farms. And then we have more future, or let's hope very close future concepts where we go more exposed. There are several proposed concepts and concepts that are being commercial already. Here we have two Norwegian concepts as well, the Ocean Sun, membrane-based, and we have Moss Maritime Equinor, which is like an array of hinged modules. But they have to be reliable. As we see here, wind loads, or it was a typhoon accident, so they have to resist wind loads and wave loads. And they have to be very cost efficient. So how can we possibly construct reliable and so cost efficient structures that we can cover areas like Zengao was talking about? That is, to me at least, a very big inspiration to work on, to contribute. And myself, I've been involved in research over the past 5 years on 4 different concepts. One is an air cushion support flexible type of island. Another is what we call multi-torus, which is the platform to support a deck with PV panels. Then we have the Ocean Sun type floating membrane, and also the multi-modular of Moss and Equinor. And I will now show a couple of slides on each of these with very few results there. We start with the multi-modular here, model test at Sintef Ocean about 1.5 years ago. To me, this looks, it looks very promising in many senses. One is that it follows the waves to a large extent vertically, which is kind of the main thing. You want to make something that follows the waves. And then another thing you can note here is that it doesn't move much in search globally. And that brings me to one thing here, which is that you will have a need to develop new rational hydrodynamic load models, which where potential flow theory, as many of you have learned in the courses and so on, is not sufficient here. So we need to study, in particular, wake interactions, because they are quite close to each other compared to the relative flow of the waves passing by. And we are doing CFD on this, and we'll do experiments in this respect. Then we have the multi-torus, which is something that, in a way, is inspired by floating fish farms. And also there, the thing is, you need something that follows the waves. And these beams, they are or floaters, they are meant to support some deck. And let's say the aim should be HS of 5 or even 7 meters. And we see it follows the waves to quite some extent. There's some overtopping or water flowing over, especially at the rear. So that has inspired us to make models, and we are, as you've been going to this department, so you know all the equations. I don't need to show them to you, right? It's a curved Euler beam, pretension, connecting bands, and generalized modes in Wamit. That will give us something like this. So here are heave and first flexible mode REOs of the outer torus as function of wave number. So long waves towards the left and shorter waves towards the right. So these two different curves show that there are hydrodynamic interaction between the tori. Otherwise, those two curves would be the same. And then you see some jumps and stuff of the experiments. They don't really fit with the model everywhere. And that is also due to tank wall effect, something when you do experiments, please bear in mind. We also tested with a membrane deck with some weights that represent the solar panels, and it doesn't really affect the vertical motions much. But here we need some clever, enthusiastic people to design a deck which doesn't introduce too many vibrations, resonances, and so on. So anyone, please approach me if you have some good ideas here. But it's as a support marine platform, it has a promising, I think. Then we have the air cushion support, which is a membrane with overpressure, and then resting on a flexible torus, and there's a skirt to avoid air escape. And we investigated that, but we believe there are too many failure modes, especially wear and tear will give holes, so air leakage, and then the model or structure becomes flooded. So we have not proceeded with that. But the last one is much more promising, I would say. It's the Ocean Sun, Norwegian company. Here are tests from 2018, and we see that it also follows the wave to a good extent. You see some water on deck, so some water is spilling over. One has to design against that, and so on. But overall, very interesting. And very recent model test here, where we have used a fantastic technique to measure a non-intrusive digital image correlation, which gives, to my understanding, a very accurate and very good, also high-resolution measurements of the motions of the membrane. And then we have made a model, theoretical, which is also linear, with the compatibility criterion between the membrane and Euler beam. So let's see how that performs. We look at the center point of the membrane, and here is an REO of the motion there. So 1 means it follows the waves, and the green is the theoretical model, linear model, and then we have a model test at 2 different wave steepnesses. The 1/60 is quite linear wave, 1/30 is a bit more nonlinear. We see there are nonlinear effects, and the model performs quite well there. But towards the rim, I mean close on the membrane, closer towards the floater, we do have large discrepancies, especially for waves that are shorter than the whole diameter. So there are clear needs for further research on this, which is, to me, inspiring, at least. And I think this represents a good... Am I out of time now? I'm actually finished, almost. Because we are proceeding to investigate this in, among other things, SFI Blues, which is an 8-year research project where floating solar is one of the key application areas for which we... and then I would like to end my presentation with something I think is very inspirational, the global potential this has. So this is a map based on digital maps where it should be feasible to have large-scale harvest of solar energy at sea. We see they are mostly around the equator, and they are, let's say, quite remote, some of them. There will be conflict of interest, and biology has to be accounted for, and so on. And one thing, there's no grid there, so production of liquid fuel or hydrogen could be a solution. And this paper presents a view which is towards a carbon-neutral future. So extracting CO2 and hydrogen, combining it to methanol, which is inspired by Nobel Prize winner group from 1990, talking about the methanol economy. And Bo was also mentioning methanol as one alternative. You extract that, emit it to the atmosphere, but the atmosphere and ocean are in equilibrium over some days only. So then you can recycle this. So then we have a carbon-neutral future. And if there's something Norwegians are good, except skiing, it must be fuel factories at sea. So I think If we are willing to spend billions on research infrastructure, this could be a research center in the future. Thank you. I think dynamic positioning is not feasible. Just making a very quick calculation, you would need more energy than you produce.
If you have it in the doldrums in the middle of the Atlantic where everything is black almost all year,
yeah.
then you can have a refueling station there. Would that be feasible?
Yeah, I guess it could be. If there's no wind and no waves, maybe it can drift along, and then I don't know. But these areas we showed here were less than 600 meters where you can install quite cost-efficient mooring, at least. Yeah.
Have you thought of fuel storage offshore?
I guess you would need an FPSO if you are having a floating factory or factory at sea, and you use the fact that you have a current with new CO2 coming. But you could also, of course, install at land and have a pipe with a flowing water.
Because of time,
yep.
Thank you again, Trevor. So, please.
Thanks, Professor Gao, for the introduction. Yeah, first of all, a bit sorry for my voice today. I have 2 kids in the kindergarten, so I tend to attract some bugs. But so I have some water here in case it gets worse. So today I will talk about floating wind and solar. We'll talk a bit about the market in the beginning, get into the innovation needs that are really exciting for us in the industry, and then talking about standardization as an enabler for the desired future. So we need to start a bit with the big picture. I saw Trygve show this graph as well, really interesting. Each year we issue a report called the Energy Transition Outlook Report from DNV, projecting the future demand, energy mix, and uptake of new technologies towards 2050. Here we see how the world's grid-connected electricity generation will be distributed on different sources of energy towards 2050. So the main conclusion is that there will be a huge shift in the energy mix, and this will mainly be driven by the large increase in electricity demand, which again paves way for a very steep uptake of renewables. So our projection is that in 2050, wind and solar will account for almost 70% of the world's electricity generation, and offshore wind alone 15%. So what about floating wind? We project that 2% in 2050 will come from floating wind. And 2% sounds very low, but if you think all the electricity production, it actually corresponds to 264 gigawatts, or the equivalent of 3,000 times the capacity of the Hywind Tampen project. So this is quite big. And floating wind as a technology is on a very exciting journey. We saw it in Tone's presentation, from smaller scale demonstrators to full scale demonstrators to where we are now, way into the operational lives of full-scale demonstrator farms, and they are performing very well in terms of capacity factors. So we believe that floating wind is technically proven, and now we are at the start of kind of making this technology into an industry with the first wave of commercial scale farms, which will make, as we see on the right-hand side, which will kind of pave way for a very steep reduction in cost, which will make this a commercial viable industry. So what does it take to succeed? The cost must really come down, and it will. So the main contributions to the cost will be through the turbines on the floaters and the O&M. And this will be kind of achieved through scaling, as Torbjørn will talk more about, through standardization, which I will talk more about, and through industrialization of the whole value chain, from construction, installation, and operation. We will also make use of new areas to increase the applicability, And we need to ensure that there is trust and confidence among all the stakeholders. So us working in the industry must show confidence to the financiers and regulators, and the governments need to show confidence to us by opening up new areas for floating wind. Floating wind is very complex, like this slide. In many ways, I think it's more complex than oil and gas. When I've worked with oil and gas, I often focus on a single asset or a part of a single asset that does not necessarily influence so much the other part of the asset. I think floating wind is very integrated. The components influence each other. They make up a single turbine. The single turbines are connected in a farm, and the farms can be connected in a system of farms, or at least they are connected to a wider energy system. So this is, of course, a lot of interesting innovation challenges that comes out of this. We know that the load picture is quite complex. We have two distinct modes of operation, with high wind loads in operational mode and then higher wave loads in the idling or survival mode. So the structure and the mooring and cables, they are really having a rough time quite often, both with respect to fatigue loading and extreme loading. So this means that there is a lot of innovation going on with respect to reducing cost and to accommodate these loads when it comes to mooring and cable design, for instance. So in mooring, we are looking, as Tone said, on new material like nylon rope. We are looking at the new component types. We are looking into shared anchors to optimize the configuration, and also shared mooring concepts. The cables are really the arteries of the whole wind farm, and they need to be compliant enough to withstand the floater motions, and also have capacity to withstand the direct wave and current loading. A lot of innovation happening on the cable side with respect to new configurations, with respect to especially the floater interface, also on higher voltage levels and DC options. But we're still at a single unit, and then we come to a farm. So if you have 750 megawatt farm, for instance, around 50 turbines, you would easily be looking at 100 to 200 kilometers each of mooring line and cables. If you're in deep water, you will be looking at floating substations. You need to coexist with other industries, and you need to export the power to grid or to other purposes. So all in all, there are so many novelties, complexities, and challenges here that we have exciting times ahead, but this needs to be managed in a way. So we mean that by having good regulations, good design requirements, this will help managing these risks in an efficient manner. So that brings me to standardization then. And why do we need this? Well, first of all, the developers, they need to be able to define what to procure. And then manufacturers need to be able to know what to build. And then, of course, very important, the lenders, the insurance company, the regulators, they need to have confidence that what goes into the water will function as intended and in a reliable manner. You may think that there is a contradiction between kind of a standardization regime and innovation and reducing costs. But we believe that if you make good requirements, you can actually promote both innovation and promote cost optimization. We already have a standard for floating wind turbine structures, ST119, which has been used for many projects already. As Tone mentioned, it has been derived mainly based on requirements from oil and gas. Naturally so, since that was what the basis we had when the first demo project started. We believe now that when we move into commercialization, also the rules need to evolve, and we need to take like a bottom-up approach, starting with really the fundamentals. And the fundamentals is to kind of find the balance between a safe design and a design that is commercially viable. If it's too heavy on either side, the structures will either be too expensive to build or they will fail too often.
The key is to look at the consequence of failure. If you look at, and the safe design will be very dependent on the consequence of failure. If we look to oil and gas, for instance, the consequence of failure can be fatal, so the cost of safe design is high. For floating wind, the consequence of failure is primarily of economic nature with loss of revenue. So what constitutes a safe design needs to reflect that in a way. In rule language, when we talk about quantifying safe design, we often talk about the target reliability level or a target safety level. So our intention with floating wind is actually to find kind of a sweet spot where the sum of all cost elements as a function of safety level is minimized. That is where actually the safe design is optimized for floating wind. And then lastly, we know there will be a lot of innovation, and we don't want the rules to restrict innovation. So we need to be flexible in the sense that the rules are not too prescriptive. So when new solutions come and need assurance, we need to be able to define additional requirements outside those that are already in the rules to complement the picture. But the fundamental issue is that those additional requirements must also meet the intention of the rules when it comes to safety. So for instance, technology qualification in combination with certification or verification is a very good method for achieving this and to promote innovation. So, are we putting the theory into practice? Yes, we are now rolling out several initiatives where we will update the requirements for floating wind. Last week we started a large JRP on floating substation to produce requirements there. We are soon to start a JRP to use probabilistic analysis to recalibrate safety factors for mooring and cable design, as we have done for oil and gas recent 10 years. And then we are planning a JIP on design requirements for concrete floaters. Then I leave floating wind for a little bit and talk a little bit about floating solar. This is a really cool industry, so I really share Trygve's enthusiasm. To put it very simple, it's solar panels that are put on a floating structure, more to a waterbed or to the shore, and then you have an export cable. So up until now, Asia has really dominated the picture in terms of installed capacity, mainly driven by China. But what we see now is that other Asian countries and Europe are really coming. So our kind of high scenario is that we could, by the end of the decade, have 10 times the capacity we have now with 30 gigawatt of installed capacity. When talking about floating solar, it's normal to distinguish between inland and nearshore sheltered and offshore and nearshore exposed. And this is very different. Almost all the installed capacity to date is on inland and nearshore sheltered. This is coming into commercialization. One example is that the banks are willing to finance these projects now and lending money. They're becoming cost competitive. However, there have been some accidents, mainly due to mooring and electrical failures, partly due to historic lack of good design requirements and regulations, and also some lack of competence in the industry in some cases. Europe will really come when it comes to inland and nearshore, Germany, Netherlands, Southern Europe. When it comes to offshore and nearshore, it's completely different. It's still early R&D. There are a few concepts already in the water, but it's just small pilot concepts. There are some really interesting concepts that we saw previously, and more are coming. What is really interesting here is that we see some interest from the oil majors and the offshore companies, and those investments will really excel the development. And also to use this in combination with offshore wind is an opportunity, and other power-to-X solutions. For the university, I think it's a lot of challenges here with respect to software analysis, having efficient analysis methods for these very complex structures. So that's something we want to work with, and also academia should work with going forward. Lastly, standardization of floating solar. It has been kind of a fast booming industry. Unfortunately, we've seen some accident. If we don't learn from these accidents and incorporate it into new regulations, there will happen more accidents, investors will pull out, and we will have a sinking market. It's really important that we, as an industry, come together, share the learnings, make best practices. This will improve the quality, improve the trust among all the stakeholders, and attract investors, and we have a consolidated market. So in DNV last year we published the world's first design guideline for floating solar structures, and it has already been used by many developers. And now we are starting a large internal effort in DNV to excel in floating solar, and we will issue design standards for this in the coming years. Yeah, finally, these are just some examples that we've already seen that Norwegian companies are really active, especially in the more exposed kind of floating solar business. We in DNV are very happy to work with most of these, and we really see that the knowledge they gain can be fed back into Norwegian industry, and we will do our best to take the learnings in and make it into good design requirements in the future. Yes, that was what I planned to say. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for your presentation. I'm interested from a business perspective, and in particular looking at the commercial viability of these projects. How has the EU taxonomy regulations affect your recommendations for standards?
What was the last part? How has?
The EU taxonomy regulations, the ones that are looking into the 6 environmental objectives, how have they affect your recommendations for standards?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not so familiar with that, so I wouldn't want to answer on it, as I don't really know.
Yeah, it's recommendations that the EU is putting forward for all kind of commercialization of industries that are looking into environmental aspects of these industries, and that I think they are going to be very impactful in future businesses.
Yeah, definitely. That sounds like that will impact it a lot, but unfortunately, I don't have more details on it.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Can I just ask one question?
Yeah.
Regarding there was some issue in industry regarding turbine providers. They do not want to release the details about their turbines. And then, of course, it's a nightmare for floating wind turbine designers. So I know that DNV is also developing cloud-based solutions. What is the status about that?
Yeah, we are working with that. I guess we're working also in some projects together with NTNU and SINTEF. I mean, it's still kind of at R&D level. So I think for now we still need to live with the case we've had before, where kind of what we struggle a bit with is that the projects need to go quite far into commercials or far into the design stage before we can really engage with the turbine OEMs and get kind of their analysis input back. And they are not willing to kind of share their IP, of course, logical, but we have some ways of working together with them in terms of sharing data that they don't really share kind of the source of the data, but we can still use it. So in the projects it's handled, but it's not really optimal. So we are really looking forward to kind of the outcome of that work and really welcome more initiatives like that going forward. Yeah.
So yes, because of the time,
yep.
thank you again.
Thank you. That was one. Yeah.
I'm wondering. To what extent does floating or offshore PV has to compete with rooftop PPV? Is that because, I mean, that's there's a lot of advantages with rooftop PV, but maybe it's not the same market, or how does that work out?
Yeah, I mean, it's of course the prices of floating are quite much higher still than rooftop and ground mounted. So it's especially in areas where kind of land is limited. So we see that in Singapore, for instance, in different countries, in the Philippines. It's really kind of a in the places where you don't have area, that is where this really comes. And also in places where you already have a lake, you have a dam, and you want to utilize that area for something, right? So but also power to X solutions, as Trygve said, right? If you have remote islands, you are then competing with diesel, right? Instead of cheap electricity. So yeah, it depends on where you are in the world how this competitive picture will look like, really.
Yes. So we have to stop. Thank you again.
Thank you.
So then we will have the next presentation from Torbjørn Mansaga from Anker Offshore Wind. He is a specialist wind farm system engineer, and he has been in many different companies as a co-founder for WindFlip concept when he was a master student here, and then joined Equinor and DNV, and now is with Anker Offshore Wind. Yes, please.
Yep. Thank you. Everyone can hear me, right? Really strange with the microphone. Yeah, I guess that's my introduction then. So, just gonna a really brief summary of Aker Offshore Wind. So, when people say, or when we say Aker Offshore Wind, a lot of people think Aker Solutions. We are not Aker Solutions. We are not the contractor. We are a wind farm developer. So, sort of in a way, we're competing with Equinor, etc. We're in the same market as them. We are maturing and maturing projects with the intention of building wind turbines and selling power. So Aker Solutions and the likes are suppliers towards us. We are not trying to supply to Equinor, for example. We are a pure play offshore wind developer, and we are also what we say a sort of focusing on bottom fixed and floating, and then deep bottom fixed, so not the typical sort of 20-meter monopile market. We're looking at projects in Korea, the US, Sweden, Norway, Japan, and are looking at both Sørlige Nordsjø and Utsira Nord in Norway. But this is not about us. This is about scaling floating offshore wind. Floating offshore wind is, as has already been presented pretty well by Tone and Tore, and on sort of what it takes. There's a lot of bits, a lot of pieces. We have cables, mooring systems, anchors, foundations, wind turbines, towers, blades. There are a lot of components. And without exception, those components are big. They're very big. And to handle all of those big components, we need a lot of big systems. We need fabrication yards. We need assembly yards. We need integration, wind turbine integration areas. We need the vessel capacity to move all of these components around to get them in the right place at the right time. And we need the vessels necessary to install anchors, install chain and mooring lines. We need the cranes necessary to lift the nacelles and integrate the wind turbine with the foundation. In pretty much all of these aspects, we're sort of the world's biggest. Name what vessel you want, it's the world's biggest. If you want to install mooring or anchors and chain for floating wind turbines, typically you're going to be looking at the biggest ones in the world. And there aren't too many of those, but we are planning on installing a lot of them. So there are some supply chain issues, and there are some fabrication yard issues and challenges that's looming. But it can be solved. It's a good thing and it can be solved, but it's sort of, you say that it takes a village to grow a child. It takes a world to build a wind farm. We need pretty much everyone. We need the whole industry, and we need the industry from oil and gas. We need industry from shipping supporting. We need all of the big majors basically on sort of supporting us. Some quantities, and I always like using numbers. I'm terrible at remembering numbers, but it's always good to sort of put numbers on stuff. We didn't want to put any project-specific numbers on our own structures and designs. So I have used the excellent work done by NREL and UMain on reference turbine and the semi-sub to sort of quantify a little bit of what we're talking about. So Tone had a really good slide that I wish I had, showing the weights for Johan Sverdrup compared to the Beacon offshore wind farm on the east coast of the US. Relative to that, we're talking a 500 megawatt wind farm at Utsira Nord, for example. We're looking, currently the government are planning 2 to 3 of those at Utsira Nord. One of those is roughly equivalent to Johan Sverdrup in the amount of fabricated steel, but it's going to be installed in a single year. And then we have 3 of those going in, and that's only Sørlige Nordsjø, no, Utsira Nord. If we're looking at Scotland, for example, they have just issued licenses for 27 gigawatts. So that's a lot. And then Sweden has some very high ambitions. Also, France have some very high ambitions. In Korea, we have recently gotten electric business licenses for 1,300 megawatts. Similarly, other consortiums have gotten them as well. So there is a huge push on amount of gigawatts that are going to be installed around about 2030 in the world. And there isn't, well, it looks difficult to get the industry today. There really isn't. I mean, if we are using pure steel catenary or chain catenary mooring systems, we are looking at about 87 kilometers of chain for a Utsira Nord type case. And that's not small chain, that's like very few manufacturers actually delivering that kind of chain. And as we know, a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. So you want to have reputable suppliers as well. And if we're looking at reputable suppliers that supply to oil and gas today with high quality chain, we are looking at a single Utsira Nord project is going to take up a full 2 years of their manufacturing capacity. That's quite a lot. And then thinking back on all of the gigawatts that I was mentioning worldwide, there is somewhat of a challenge. A lot of anchors, that sort of, those are easier to so to say, components to use. But there's a lot. Again, inter-array cables. Inter-array cables is perhaps simpler than chain. We are installing a lot of inter-array cables in bottom fixed wind today. So the sort of the expansion of the supply chain there is quite big. But there's a big difference between the cables that are used for bottom fixed and floating, because we need to have dynamic cables. We need to have cables that are able to bend and move, that are armored with steel wires, that have very different type of insulation, etc., than the bottom fixed ones. So there's also a massive need for building up capacity there. So the supply chain gaps for commercial offshore wind is we need fabrication yards that are equipped for mass production. And that means that we need to either, existing fabrication yards need to re-equip for industrialized welding, industrialized manufacturing of floater types that are sort of suited to mass manufacture. And that brings up the question, so do we want to have flat panel floaters? Do we want to have floaters with tubular members? Because that's fairly different manufacturing lines, fairly different machines. And if a fab yard invests heavily in equipment that they want to use for the next 20 years on tubular structures, then it's a bad thing if the industry, after the first round in 2030, decides, you know what, flat panel floaters were nice, we're going to go for that. We need to build up a production capacity for chain and rope. Again, we are in the same problem, because it's not a given what kind of mooring system that we want to use in the future. My personal opinion is that we're probably, with better materials, other materials for mooring lines, fiber ropes being developed and qualified now, we are probably not going to go for pure chain catenary mooring systems, because they're simply too big. And there's also a matter of sustainability. The need for all of that steel has a fairly big CO2 emission problem. We haven't gone into talks with the big chain manufacturers yet on the possibility of carbon clean steel chain, but there's still, it's heavy, the chain. There's a lot of chain to move around. The fabrication time is fairly long. It's a difficult thing to do. It's much easier with fiber rope. But at current today, we don't have the necessary qualification of the fiber rope types that can be used if we only want to use fiber rope. And for the wind farms in 2030, we don't want to go out to the chain manufacturers and say, you know what, can you triple your fabrication capacity? And then in 2035 say, you know what, we're going to go for fiber ropes instead. So the playing on Tore's slides, the part with having, what were the words you were using? Having both trust and being the whole supply chain talking together, making sure that when the supply chain makes investment into their facilities, they are making investments that they will be able to make business of for the next 20 years, is very important. Chain and rope production capacity, dynamic interarray cables, and also export cables. On the export cable area, there's also a problem with, right now, there are not really qualified dynamic high voltage export cables available. We see that they are very close, but having them really bankable is not available right now. So that's also an area where we need to work. Again, we need predictability, because the supply chain, they don't want to build up their capacity unless they know that there is work going on in the future as well. So we want to have a predictable pipeline for floating offshore wind. This is a governmental responsibility, but of course we need to talk to them. They need to understand the problems. They need to understand the full picture. It's much better to have a steady trickle of projects, if not a very big volume, than one bombastic, hey, we're going to do 30 gigawatts tomorrow, because that's a supply chain nightmare. This goes back more towards the supply chain than to us as a developer, because we are not really making all of the investments in the supply chain. That's them doing. We do get a lot of help from being an international business. So, if you want to build, we're probably not going to manufacture the chain in Norway anyways. We're buying that somewhere else. So, of course, when a chain manufacturer in Spain, for example, wants to or are considering to build up their capacity, all of the projects in Scotland will also help. But they're also competing with us for the same supply capacity. And then from that, going into the logistics of installing floating offshore wind. As I said, there are a lot of big parts, a lot of big moving parts that needs to be a lot of different places. We have a lot of interdependencies between the different suppliers, and some pretty horrible knock-on effects if you get delays or problems in contracts, etc. Because the components are so big, we're talking a triangular floater for a 15 megawatt is 90 meters on each side. If you want to store 34 of those, you need quite a lot of space. But having the fabrication capacity to output, say, one a week, So you're actually getting 4,000 tons of fabricated steel, 90 by 90 meters, ready, painted, everything, every week. You need a very big production line. And that's difficult to do in a single yard. There are not many yards that are able to do that. So we have a couple of pieces that are sort of simpler, that is not a very big part of the capex of a wind farm. So anchors and mooring lines and export cable and floating substation, these can sort of be, their manufacturing can be started on a different timeline and they can be pre-installed. It's still a tight deadline because you want to get the whole wind farm in operation as quickly as possible, but it's manageable to do. And they're not sort of hitting the very difficult line of the wind turbine, floating wind turbine installation. But we need to have a foundation to install a wind turbine on. That's a given. It's very difficult to do something else. And we need the floating wind turbine to be able to tow it to shore. And we have a pretty big marine spread that we need to have with day rates. And again, we're looking at the bigger boats in the market for the towing, not the world-class biggest probably, but still very big vessels and quite a big volume of them working to do tow and hook up to the mooring system. And then we have to have the wind turbines in place when we're installing the inter-array cables. Otherwise, we don't have anything to install cables to. If we get delays in the foundation supply rate, or hiccups in that, if they're not producing them fast enough, then we have a problem, and we have a lot of boats that are costly, that are just idle. We have a very big crane. We have a huge organization, which is costing money without us having the necessary pieces to build out. All of this is maintainable, or all of this is possible, but it's very important that all of the suppliers, we need to have a lot of trust in the suppliers. We need to choose our suppliers in a good way, because everyone need to understand that it's important that they deliver on the schedule. They can't be delayed. We can't have any of these sort of, oh, we ran over 3 years. That wouldn't work. But I think it's looking good, and I think it's very doable. And I think when we're looking at the world market today, it's really exciting to see what's happening. I've been working, I finished here in 2010. I then worked for 2 years with Windflip. I don't know how many of you knows that, but we were way early. So that bunked pretty fast, but it's been really fun to follow this business and to see it going from high wind demo to commercial wind farms with it actually not that many years from now. Are there any questions? I think I'm 1 minute over time, but yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, when you get the supply chain in place and you get the really big turbines floating in the really good wind, how do you see the cost ratio between floating wind and bottom-fixed?
I mean, in the early years, I'll be honest, we can't compete in sort of a pure cost-by-cost picture. There are more components. There are sort of it's a newer industry basically, but with other mooring materials, if we can get the fabrication cost of the foundations down, so cost per kilogram, we will be able to compete, I believe, and definitely we will. One of the beauties of it is that we're not necessarily competing in the same markets, so it's not necessarily a competition. And we are supporting each other, or for now they are supporting us in that they have developed extremely cost-competitive wind turbines. It's just incredibly impressive what the turbine OEMs have been able to do. They're producing wind turbine towers at costs that are just ridiculous. They are so cheap compared to the level of quality in the fabrication.
Yes?
Yeah.
We normally say that the larger turbine, the better cost efficiency, right? And I'm wondering what kind of philosophy Aker Wind has got relating to the size of wind turbine. I mean, I'm thinking about installation of blades or replacement of blades that are damaged, or installation of a rotor, right? Because then it's a question of lifting capacity of cranes. And do you think that there is suppliers that are willing to invest in these kind of cranes to, say, install rotors or blades for rotors exceeding 15 megawatts? What is your philosophy on the size of wind turbines in the future?
Well, philosophy. I mean, right now we're kind of a victim of the supply chain because we are purchasing wind turbines from wind turbine manufacturers, and to a large extent they are sort of. It's not like you cannot go out in the market today and buy an 8 megawatt wind turbine. That's simply not possible because they have repurposed their factories. So they're now supplying the sort of the 10 megawatt turbines. By the end of this decade, they will be supplying 15 megawatt-ish turbines with 240-ish rotor diameter, and that's the only thing we can purchase, basically. So our philosophy as such is not. It's difficult to say, right? but on a cost-competitive side, I mean, the vessels are coming for the bigger turbines. They are being built. They are being built both in the U.S. Jones-compliant vessels for bottom fixed. Important, the discrimination, and onshore cranes necessary to lift, also sort of going there. But I definitely see your point, and there is sort of a challenge in that floating wind today. We're outgrowing all of the oil and gas toys. We have a problem with that. Even the biggest vessels that you have in oil and gas are not capable and up to the task for what we need from them. And there's also as I said on anchor handlers, there's quite a world lack of necessary size anchor handlers to be able to install anchor chain and pull in the inverse catenary, for example, if you have suction anchors, or to drag embedded anchors. That simply the loads that we see on wind turbines, they're too big. We're not able to do drag embedded anchors with a single vessel. We need 2, maybe 3, unless we're using tensioning systems. So it's definitely like, again, going back to investment and supply chain. I mean, sort of stopping at the wind turbine size would be very good for the supply chain, I think, because then they would have a totally different. But I think we're probably going to see the 15 megawatt, and then we're going to see the next generation as well. So we're going to see 20 something. Whether we stop that, I have no idea.
Then what comes next is a very brief panel discussions. So I would invite the 3 speakers to sit here. So basically, the purpose also for Marintekniske Day is to enhance the cooperation between university and industry. And here we are mainly talking about cooperation in the area of offshore renewable, wind and solar. But basically highlight in education and then next in research and innovation. So I will just give a very brief background. Then you also see some of the questions that you should answer one by one. And also I will invite those who are in the audience to give comments and so on. So as a tradition here, as Department of Marine Technology, so we have the core disciplines here, and in terms of education, like marine structure dynamics, hydrodynamics, control, and so on. So we will still maintain those main core disciplines, but of course there's a minimum requirement that we also need to expand our knowledge, especially for students, to know how wind turbine operates and also how to analyze those turbines. So this will be similar also for solar panels. And then there's also a trend, of course, in digitalization, more or less everywhere, also in these 2 areas. So the question here is, what is your view on the knowledge and skill that the individual master student, for example, from IMT here should have, and also from your perspective, how we can cooperate in education between university and industry. So we can start from Tuna.
Yeah, is this on? Yeah?
Yep.
Right, so I guess probably you gathered that a bit from my talk. I think that the basic competencies are really important, and going in depth into the, I warned you about the marine dynamics course. Don't skip that. So understanding the basics is a prerequisite for any application, right? So of course, it's probably a benefit that in the examples that you have in the applied work that the students do, that they of course also are, exposed to the renewables side, but still I would emphasize the basics. And also another thing, I think one of the first speakers were talking about the curiosity that you have when you come out, and I see that the people that are curious, what is actually making this structure work or not work, and try to expand. Usually if you try to extrapolate the knowledge that you have outside, then you might go wrong. So make sure that you are curious about what is the important load effects, for example, then. Yeah, so thanks. Do you want to?
Tora?
Yeah, sure.
No, I agree with Tone. I think the kind of fundamentals are as important as ever. But also, I think it's important, and I remember that myself when I was a student, to get some early exposure to the industry and what you learn is going to be applied for, because then you really get motivation. If you sit for 3 years and just kind of learn the basics and kind of the basic hydrodynamics, then it can be a little bit demotivating. So to get those small kind of inputs on the applications each semester, but then really focus on the basics. And we see with floating wind, it's so complex. You have the integration with the aerodynamics, the control system. You really need to know your basics to be able to say something about it. So yeah, I agree on that.
I have a microphone. I fully agree with you. One thing that I actually think is totally lacking on that slide is the konstruksjonsteknikk, the manufacturing part. I think we are going into an era where mass manufacture is going to be much more important. And I think pretty much everything that we have is one-piece manufacture, and sort of breaking down the full structure, ensuring that the steel structures are designed to be able to sort of, learning from Henry Ford basically, how can you make an assembly line when you're producing a 4,000-ton structure? How can you split up the structure so that you can be working on parallel with many different ones, and then sort of assembling it quite quickly? The logistics and everything involved in that. I don't know if that's even a topic in the university, but that maybe should be, thinking about that and sort of developing those methods. And that's the sort of logistics of it, but also the manufacturing techniques, all of these things. That might not be for EMT, that might be sort of civil or something, but those topics I believe are very, very important. Otherwise than that, if you're looking at the design part, yes, learn SN curves, learn dynamics, control systems. They are ridiculously dynamic, and the control systems are incredibly complex. We're talking for bottom fixed wind turbines. Their fatigue life spending can be higher when they're turned off than when they're on, because the control systems in the wind turbine sort of decreases all of the dynamic motions. So it's an incredibly interesting area, but it's very, very heavy on the dynamic part, so that's important.
Yes. So can you also give some comments about the cooperation side? And I have been involved in European wind energy master program, where many of students are also coming from TU Delft. And then there's a very good tradition about the cooperation with industry. Most of the Dutch students, they find the industry company and together with them working on CC topic. So is this something that your company is also thinking of, or can also be internship for students? Yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess we already have programs for that. So, and we have changed to start employing a lot of graduates as well. So, and that's a different. I guess it's the last, I don't know, 5 years or something. But before that, we hardly ever hired anyone that was newly graduated. So I think that's been quite a success for us. But of course, then it's the obvious cooperation with on master students and or the master
CC topic,
topics and also in the research. So I think. Well, I hope that we are already cooperating quite well, and I guess my colleague up there, Kjetil, he knows a lot more about the cooperation between NTNU and Equinor. So I wish he was here talking about that.
One comment in that respect is that as an industry, I feel a little bit bad about what has happened in recent years after the oil crisis, because I mean, I was fortunate, me and Torbjørn graduated around the same time, 2010-11. We got into jobs, the oil price was high, we got really interesting projects. Now, I mean, the students that came out 15, 16, 17, I'm sure they had really big trouble getting summer jobs. Many of them are out of the marine industry now, have to go to civil. Then they try to come back, but they don't have the experience. So I think we as an industry now, we need the students now, and then we need to kind of give a little bit also to support on master thesis, to set up summer jobs and so forth. Of course, it doesn't, the industry always have often a short-term focus. So unfortunately, I've seen that it has affected the students. So at least we can push a little bit harder now to involve the students.
Well said.
I agree again. It's difficult to disagree with you. And I think you said all of the major points. I think there's definitely room for cooperation between sort of the education system and the industry on basically answering the question that you asked us previously, sort of what do we actually need, where do we see that there are pain points, where do we see that there are pain points in the future. There is a lack of, going back to dynamics again, there is a lack of people with genuine understanding of wind turbine dynamics and marine renewables sort of education that are coming out, sort of that are not either researchers or primarily researchers really. The sort of people with experience from industry it's difficult to come by. And there is also quite a big gap between the wind turbine industry and the marine industry in sort of how they have been operating and how they have handled their safety factors and everything. So there's quite a lot of work to do there. I have some colleagues that came out from here that were very, very conscious of wanting to learn wind turbines. So they started pretty much, they intentionally hunted jobs with the OEMs and worked for a couple of years for the OEMs, and then have come back now to Norway and sort of have started working with us. So that's maybe not the education industry collaboration, but maybe sort of, I think it's a very good approach. On the research side, I think there are a lot of topics that we need to look closer at. The wind or the oil and gas.
We will come back to that.
Sorry.
But from the audience, are there any comments and questions regarding this? Yes?
Yes, since I'm sort of related to this marine system design specialization, I would say that this is also a point that lacks on your list.
Yeah.
And I think your first slide also was, looking at this very interaction between land-based operations with a lot of offshore operations. The installation is a long process. You need like the fleet design, the ship design. Should you have large multi-purpose vessels or a large fleet or very specialized vessels? Understanding these very complex systems and systems interaction, I think that is also important. we have, I mean, this is also one of the very good cases where you can really work with large complex systems within the marine arena, I think.
Yeah, we've been loosely debating sort of within the companies, like if we need to build new tonnage of anchor handlers, what should they look like? Should they be the same type of anchor handlers that we have from oil and gas, or should we put other requirements on them? I mean, the bollard pull part of it, yes, we need that, a lot of that, but do we need more deck space? Do we need less deck space? Like, what kind of equipment do we need on them? Do we need A-frames or subsea cranes? Yeah, I think there's a lot of work to do there, but yeah.
Yes, certainly marine logistics is also important area for us. Yeah. Then come to research and innovation. Of course, then we are also talking about very wide scopes. There will also be need for basic research in many disciplines, not only our own discipline, but also materials. For example, the blade material. There's also need to recycle a blade, which is not possible today as it's built. And of course, the wind turbine as such in a farm configuration, they're also dealing with different scale aspects. And so this is another direction that this industry is also, research industry is also focused on. And for solar, there's certainly efficiency of solar panels in last 10, 15 years. That has been improved quite a lot, but mainly on research level. And then, of course, bring towards industries another dimension. So here, the question is that, in your view, what is the most important areas now for research innovation in offshore wind and solar, and then what we at the Department of Marine Technology should focus on? And then, again, how to cooperate in terms of research and innovation. Yes, please.
Maybe Torbjørn should be allowed to start. So.
Okay, yeah,
I can start out. I mean, in short, everything is what you should be working on. But no, it's. I think coming from DNV and having worked with the standards on the design side, I believe that when we are going mass manufacture, and we are going maybe towards more certified procedures, more sort of easier to get consistent quality, I think there should be quite a lot of focus maybe on SN curves and safety factors and all of these things to be able to slim down the structures. That is quite, it takes a long time from you start in lab testing weld quality and developing SN curves and qualifying it and getting it into industry, getting it into standards so that industry can use it. So working on that for different type of automated welding procedures and these things, I think are important areas. I also think that looking into things like what you are doing now with the JIP and sort of looking at higher fidelity calculation methods so that we are not sort of in order, because we're building so many, sort of utilizing and really designing them correctly is important. So how can we more efficiently do everything, sort of coupled analysis, sort of methods, and making sure that the codes are efficient, but also looking at how are we putting up our design load conditions, how are we looking at our fatigue matrices, what can we do in sort of probabilistic methods in the design phase to qualify, sort of setting up that framework so that we can work efficiently, because we cannot in industry do a full-on academic approach. But how can we be more location specific so that we actually get the right safety level? We don't, because these are unmanned, we want to have a proper safety level, but we don't want to have sort of belts and buckles safety level that we have from oil and gas. I mean, we heard previously here that like Equifisk is going to have been in operation, or right now will look to have been in operation for 80 years. And that's well and good, but if it was designed for what 25, it's kind of, you've probably put a lot of belts and buckles on when you started designing that. Of course, have been retrofits and stuff, but we basically want everything to fail at the same time, and that should be 1 year after we have ceased operation.
Yeah, those are good points, Torben. I totally agree. You need to put uncertainty and kind of remedy safety factor where it belongs. So design, it should be what's corresponding to what the safety level should be. But what is really important is this quality control in a manufacturer, right? You cannot increase the safety factors because of lack of quality control in the welding process and manufacturing process. So that's important. I have two things that I want you to focus on. One thing is that we have talked for many years about floating wind, done concept studies, talked about software. Now we actually have a chance to start looking at operational data. I think even Equinor, you have shared some data from Hywind Scotland. Hywind demo, I guess data has been available. So now is the opportunity to start learning from the operational phase as well. So that's a great opportunity. Second one is on floating solar. It's a lot to be done there on the software side. We don't really have software now that are capable to analyze these multi-body structures in an efficient manner. So we need to make simplifications, and those simplifications introduce kind of inaccuracies and so forth. So those are my two, if mentioning two. Yep.
Thanks, and I really agree. And those are really important. So then I don't have to mention them. I can just add on, as I mentioned in my talk about the mooring system. So we're looking as well. I think it was mentioned by you as well that we're looking at shared mooring systems and also developing these new fiber ropes and the ones we are using now. We've been using polyester ropes for many years in the oil and gas industry, but they are too stiff for this is what we find for the floating offshore wind. So that I think, and yeah, I'd like to emphasize again, looking at the operational data is really interesting. So yeah.
Yeah, I fully agree with those data sharing, because of course there is a challenge to validate the global models. Especially we have challenges in using model test data to validate the software. So eventually we have to go back to the full-scale data and validate the software that is developed here and by others. Yeah.
Oh, and hybrid model testing.
Yep.
Further development of that is probably a good thing as well.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, are there any comments and questions from, yeah?
You have mentioned standards and rules and regulation from the beginning. You started with mentioning, and he highlighted that it was crucial to have very good standards, and you have repeated that. And this is DNV business, among other classification society and organizations. But you haven't mentioned quality assurance and quality control, because you touched upon it a minute ago, namely, this is mass production. So if you in design do an error that is repeated 100 times in various turbines, how do you ensure that marine students, what would you say to marine students in connection with that? I mean, we need competent people, right? And alert people. They need to be aware that, I mean, every student should know that he never makes 100% exam. Never. So we do errors, all of us. And therefore, you should be concerned about that and have an attitude to check what you're doing, etc., etc. And of course, this is DNV's business, but you also need people that are alert. We have had accidents, some accidents in oil and gas industry and other industries, where we have failed to do what we should do, and so on. So, at least, in my opinion, students should be really aware of it.
It's difficult to be to disagree. I don't know if you want to comment on that.
No, just what I said before. I totally agree with you on this, and what we see more and more now is that we think for kind of these commercial scale projects, we will, and money. Right now, it's a lot. Not all the different countries have regulations in place even, but we see a lot of. When we talk to different regulators around the world, they come to us and want to ask, what is your experience from oil and gas and from classification? Because they are the ones that are setting the requirements. So someplace in the US, it's a requirement that the project is going to be certified. And then you will have a follow-up of the manufacture process and so forth. In other kind of countries, there may be other requirements. So what we are doing a lot is to lobbying with the regulators to kind of influence them. Of course, that will also give business to DNV, right? But we believe it's the benefit for the industry. So I couldn't agree with you more. And for all the students that are interested in being surveyors, it will be really good years to come.
Yes, so because of time, so we will just finish the panel discussion. Thank you very much. Yeah, you can return to the seats.
Okay, I'm supposed to close this and wrap it up, and we are overdue. So this will be very short. I must first of all say thank you for all very good presentations, and also to the audience. And I think we have been successful with what actually Sverre started with, to mix or to bridge academia, students, and also what we are doing with the industry, our partners. And I think we started that speaking about something about the student perspectives regarding responsibility, commitment, but you also heard opportunities and dare to take the first step. And I think the session that followed with the green shift was actually about that. And we have a serious challenge, global challenges, but there is no doubt that I have a strong belief and also a technology optimist, but also the attitude that we are able actually to make progress for a better world. So that was addressed by Bo, Anders, and Eivind, and also Martin. And I think all of you agreed very well. I don't see very big you could say divergence there. It was rather the opposite. But also that was also setting the scene on energy, and it was a natural step towards the green energy sources. We are an oil and gas nation, and we will continue to be for a while. But we are also now in a transition to, in particular, offshore wind. And what was also mentioned, one thing is to make the transition inside Europe, but also to create the new green fuels. You really need some additional new sources on that. So all in all, I must say I'm impressed, but also exhausted, as most of you, I guess. No, I think you should be aware of that is dinner in Kvilhaugen Gård, and we are meeting tomorrow. 8:45 to 9, it is coffee. And then the session starts with autonomy and cybernetics in the green shift, future aquaculture. And then we will wrap up at some point. So by that, I say thank you to all. So have a good evening.